transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Is this on?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is December 20th, 2023. It is 10:03 a.m. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray.
I'm sorry, hold it. I got ahead of myself. Let's call the roll. Is this on? Is this on? All right, call the roll, Madam Clerk. Present.
Present.
Is it on? Huh? Thank you, ma'am.
I think, yeah.
All right, invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessing on all those who are present. We pray those who are celebrating this holiday season, that you give them your traveling mercies and your grace. Bless now all we love and care for. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 230917, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, The item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be removed from consent and added for separate consideration and added to the recess meeting. On page 6, community development, request approval to amend the award of $250,000 in the fiscal year budget.
Which item? Which item?
230927 on page 6. 230927. Community Development requests approval to amend the award of $250,000 in the fiscal year 2023 budget to APS to transfer award to the APS Foundation, Atlanta Partners for Education. This item was requested to be removed by Vice Chairman Ellis and Commissioner Thorne.
All right, anything else, commissioners? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item that has been requested to be added to today's recess meeting agenda. 230971, Arts and Culture. Request approval of a contract in the amount of $15,600, contracts for services to provide a nonprofit cultural event series with roots in Jewish culture and musical traditions.
All right, what's the emergency?
Mr. Chairman, this is a contract for services group that was awarded a contract during the contracting process. However, because they had a name change, we had to get all of that squared away before we could bring the contract forward. The funds expire at the end of December. So we want to bring that forward today so that they can receive the funds they should be awarded.
But what's the emergency?
The funds expire and they would not be able to receive the funds if we don't approve it today.
Can you read the amount again? Because what's on the screen says 5,000. I thought you said 15.
Yes, that is $15,600.
So is it 5 or 15?
It's 15.
15.
Yes, sir.
So the emergency, I'm not sure that I understand.
So, Mr. Chairman, each year, the Department of Arts and Culture runs a competitive process.
Yes.
And we award nonprofits arts funding.
Yes.
This year, this particular organization, when they were awarded the funding, they had the name Atlanta Jewish Music Festival. Their name changed, and so we had to change the name first, which we did on December 6th, and then we had to bring the contract back today. Because these are 2023 funds, if we do not award this organization the funds in 2023, they will not receive any of the funding that they were awarded.
Okay. All right, this requires a supermajority vote. Let's vote, please, on whether or not to add this request to the agenda.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Go ahead.
230939, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 2 items to be moved up, requested to be moved up on today's agenda. First item on page 19, discussion, election update. Commissioner Thorne has requested to move this item up to be heard after item 230950 on page 14. Second item to be moved up, as requested by Vice Chair Ellis, on page 18. 230967, request approval of resolution to redirect funds from the budget of the Magistrate Court to the Superior Court to seek expedited legislation to expand the role of judicial officers in providing support to the Fulton County Superior Court, to seek expedited legislation to provide that the Chief Magistrate Judge of Fulton County be appointed rather than elected, sponsored by Commissioners Barrett and Ellis. This item has been requested to be moved up to be heard after the sheriff's item on page 14, 230913.
All right, any other items, Madam Clerk?
That's all
All
I
right,
have.
Commissioners, any other items?
Yes, I would like 09,
Which page, Commissioner?
page 18, 0964, 0965, and 0966 moved up as well.
All right, anything else, Commissioners? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting agenda as amended. Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230940, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, November 15th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, December 6th, 2023.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Bridget Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230941, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Bagarvi P. Ladakar Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
All right, we have 30 minutes for proclamations. We have 10, 5 minutes each. That's about almost an hour by the time people walk down, so if we could keep our acceptance speeches to a minimum, I would appreciate it to keep us on schedule. First proclamation.
Can we call them right quick?
Next 15, where? After we get to it.
Cool Breeze called me earlier this morning.
It's 10:13. All right, Commissioner Thorne, is this your proclamation? All right, let's go.
On behalf of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and the Public Works Department, we held a 2024 art calendar contest, and it was a huge success, as you can see. And these are all the award winners. The annual art contest is a great tool for engaging our youth on water resources, stewardship, and this year's theme was Cycles of Water. Highlights the value of water and the importance of protecting our water resources to ensure clean and healthy water supply for years to come. A total of 215 students representing 33 schools from Fulton County submitted artwork for the contest. 12 of the 22 winners are from District 1. Today, we commend all the students on their contributions in promoting environmental stewardship of our water resources. So it is my pleasure to do a proclamation for this great art contest that we have. Whereas the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County finds that the protection of the environment is vital to the health, welfare, and economic progress of Fulton County and its citizens. And whereas the Department of Public Works seeks to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Fulton County citizens by providing high-quality and cost-efficient services related to the delivery of water, the collection of wastewater, and the conveyance of stormwater, and by complying with federal, state, and county regulatory requirements. And whereas Public Works has successfully promoted environmental awareness and consciousness of water resources, water conservation, water quality, and pollution prevention through school presentations, media prevention, through school media campaigns, educational seminars, workshops, festivals, and community outreach programs. And whereas Public Works sponsored the 2024 Art Calendar Contest, which was open to all students, grades K through 12, attending a public, private charter, or homeschool within Fulton County. Students were asked to create artwork promoting better water quality and water conservation uses and practices. And from the 215 submitted drawings, 22 were selected to be featured in the 2024 Water Art Calendar. And whereas, in recognition of her exemplary artwork, Bagarvi P. Latiker, an 8th grade student at Webbridge Middle School, was selected as the grand prize cover recipient of the 2024 Water Art Calendar Contest. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the environmental contributions of Bagarvi P. Latiker and her contribution of promoting environmental stewardship of water resources, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 20, 2023, as Bagarvi P. Latiker Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Bagarvi. So we're gonna, do you want to say anything?
I just want to say thank you to my parents and Fulton County for arranging this contest. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Ten 14.
Oh, do you want to present the certificates? So now we're going to present the certificates to the other winners. So from District 1, I have Elijah. Wait. Elijah. Here you go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Here you go. Oh, and then I have the winner, Bagarvi Latiker, as well. Here you go. Thank you. And Elijah is a 3rd grader from Lake Windward Elementary School. The February winner was Sanvi Jaj, a 7th grader at Webbridge Middle School. Congratulations. we had a June winner, Michaela Rose, who isn't here, an 8th grader at Taylor Road Middle School. For September, we had Hope Michael, 12th grader from Valor Christian School. But here today, we have the November winner, Manokshe Chilagani, a 7th grader from River Trail Middle School. Congratulations. We have some honorable mentions here as well. Andre Harlow, who's an 8th grader at Taylor Road Middle School. Congratulations. We have Arish Mishra, a 5th grader from New Prospect Elementary. You're right down the road from where I live. We have Iman Rizvi from ILM Academy, an 8th grader. She had to leave, okay. And then we have Sherry Yanch Nugum, a 5th grader from Creekview Elementary School. And then here today we have Hannah Allen, a 4th grader, also from Creekview Elementary School. And Sophia Yanyu couldn't be here today, but she's a 1st grader from Dolvin Elementary School. So do you want me to do?
You want to do District 2 for Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah. What are these?
Yeah, these are Commissioner Ellis's names.
This is, okay.
You can just read.
Okay. So from District 2, which is right next door to me, the March winner was Vivian Noon, a 9th grader from Fulton Science Academy.
It's coming.
They're in reverse. Here we go. The April winner was Mikhail Abdul-Karim, a 4th grader at Ison Springs Elementary School. The July winner was Amelia Abdurrahman, a 1st grader, also from Ison Springs Elementary School. And the August winner, Amika Praputha, a 3rd grader from Woodland Elementary School. And honorable mentions, we have Pratushi Soni, a 6th grader from FCS Innovation Academy.
There she is.
And that's it.
Where's Ned?
And on behalf of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, we commend all of the students for their exemplary artwork and for their contributions in promoting environmental stewardship of water resources. And at this time, it's my pleasure to present the winner from District 4, Tim Wang.
Commissioner Arrington?
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure this morning to present the winners from District 5, Nia Blount. And Jonah Simmons.
District 6?
Let me take this time to thank you, parents. These are superstars up here, and we always want to uplift the children. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for allowing this body to recognize all these superstars. For District 6, I take pleasure. She was a winner last year. She's in the 12th grade this year. Sage May Lima Jeffries, please come forward. This is the last time I'm going to see you. So you know I'm going to cry. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am very excited to be able to present a proclamation today for the blind and low vision community here in Fulton County. This year I had the opportunity to work with the chairman of our Commission on Disability Affairs and my appointee, Derek Tuff. They are doing incredible work on a variety of different issues, but in particular, they've done incredible work raising awareness for blind and low vision folks. So I wanted to take this moment to appreciate and recognize them, and in particular, their work around Braille education. So with that, I will read the proclamation. Whereas Braille is a unique tactile writing system that enables blind and low vision people to read independently, and where Braille enhances literacy skills and effectively demonstrates proper grammar, syntax, and spelling, and whereas Braille empowers blind and low vision people to maximally participate, contribute, and succeed in academic and professional settings, and whereas specialized Braille education programs are needed in schools to give blind and low vision students the same opportunities to learn as their sighted peers, and whereas the Fulton County Commission on Disability Affairs has worked tirelessly to advocate for the statewide implementation of a Braille education program for blind and low vision students, and whereas the Fulton County Commission on Disability Affairs continues to coordinate with the Georgia Resource and Advocacy Center for Empowerment and the National Federation of the Blind of Georgia in advocating that the state adopt the Blind Persons Braille Literacy Rights and Education Act. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes the Fulton County Commission on Disability Affairs for their commitment to the blind and low vision residents of Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim December 20th, 2023 as Braille Education Awareness Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
On behalf of the Commission on Disability Affairs, the Georgia Resource and Advocacy Center for Empowerment, and the National Federation of the Blind, Commissioner Baird, we thank you for sponsoring this proclamation and the Board of Commissioners. We firmly believe that every blind and low vision child deserves access to Braille education. And on January 4th, 2024, we will raise awareness about this critical issue. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Southern Snow Seeker Ski Club Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioners Hall and Abdul Rahman.
Snow seekers, come on down. Come on, that's prepared is always best. Come on, spread out on over to this other side. Let's even it out. Wait. Oh, wait, is that for me?
No, this is my helmet. My whole helmet.
Okay, I was about to say, you guys about to push me down the hill, huh? Everyone who's supporting the Snow Seekers, come on down. Okay, that was smart. But, all right. Well, you know, it is an honor and a pleasure to present this proclamation to the visionary thought leaders who thought it a great thing to start this Southern Snow Seekers Ski Club. And being from Chicago, I think I might join this. Yeah, thank you, thank you. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Southern Snow Seekers Ski Club is a 501c7 nonprofit organization and one of the largest ski clubs in the South, the Atlanta chapter of the National Brotherhood of Snow Sports, NBS, was established in 1983 by visionaries to introduce and promote the exhilarating sport of snow skiing to the African American community. And whereas the mission of the club is to identify and fund high-caliber youth skiers capable of winning a berth on the U.S. Olympic ski team, it manages an affiliate youth organization focusing on its youngest members and adults new to the sport. And whereas the Southern Snow Seekers Ski Club and its members have overcome racial injustices while breaking the color barriers on the slopes and participating in annual community projects, dedicated members continue to place in competitions while representing Atlanta and African American skiers. And whereas the 1983 founding members are Paul Brown, Terry Brown, Nesia Cunningham, Byron Fresso, okay, I see some pointing going on, Fresso, Marsha Fresso, Anita Jackson, Roy Jackson, Brenda Long, Edith Malden, Reginald Malden, and Roberta McGill. And whereas, as the Southern Snow Seekers celebrate 40 years of service, it is well positioned under the capable leadership of President Michelle Vincent Kirk to continue its tradition of highly competitive, well-trained, and well-respected teams. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the Southern Snow Seekers Ski Club for their vision and dedication to exposing all sports to local youth and does hereby proclaim Saturday, December 16th, 2023 as Southern Snow Seekers Ski Club Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. Y'all better listen. You guys better listen to Miss Sherry Williams over here. Come on over, Edith.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edith Malden, Higdon now. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Hall for this honor. 40 years ago, we started our southernmost club, which was affiliated with the National Brotherhood of Skiers, which was Afro-American skiers. And our goal was to put an African-American youth on the Olympic ski team. And we're still working toward that. It has been a real challenge for 40 years. But we just appreciate you honoring us, the recognition, because today, a lot of people didn't know that Black people skied. However, now you do. Thank you.
I just want to be able to say thank you, Board of Commissioners and Commissioner Hall. We are making you an honorary member of our ski club. We have a commemorative pin that we want to present to you, as well as a T-shirt as well. So we'll see you on the slopes.
Thank you so much, and I'm admiring the jacket. That jacket is beautiful. Oh, thank you. So let's say
The next three proclamations recognizing Mojo Appreciation Day, Fred Cool Breeze Bell Appreciation Day, and Jamar Backbone Williams Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Okay. All right, so it's my pleasure to present these next three proclamations. They, as we continue to honor 50 years of hip hop, Frederick Calhoun Bell, better known as Cool Breeze, thank you. Mr. Acton, thank you, sir. Good to see you. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas Frederick Calhoun Bell, known by his rap name Cool Breeze, was born on August 12th, and whereas Fred began his rap career in 1999 with his debut solo album, East Point's Greatest Hit, under the Interscope Records label, the most critically acclaimed track, Watch for the Hook, featured various members of the Dungeon family and soared to #1 on the Billboard Hot Rap Songs chart. And whereas Fred's musical contributions and deep love for his craft have been an inspiration to his fellow artists, as evidenced by his work on the 1996 Billboard Hot 100 single, Dirty South, from Goody Mob's debut album, Soul Food. And whereas a proud product of Martell Homes in the city of East Point and Fulton County's District 5, Fred is a kind and generous person who brings joy and happiness to his family and to the many friends, neighbors, and East Point veterans who have the greatest pleasure of knowing him. And whereas Fred has witnessed a dramatic change in the world over the course of his lifetime, and we salute his contribution to its progress by his own hard work and his tireless effort on behalf of his community and extended family. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in honor of the 50th anniversary of hip hop, commends the cultural impact of Fred Cool Breeze Bell and his contributions to the music and entertainment industry, and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, December 20th, 2023, as Fred Cool Breeze Bell Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank y'all very much. First off, I'd like to thank Marvin Arrington Jr., the commissioner, and the county of Fulton, the state of Georgia. Thank y'all very much. Southern hip hop is a real big thing in the South. Of course it is. And I just like to thank the South because, you know, I did coin the phrase. And one thing I do want to say to the South is we're real strong. And we know how to stand up and march when it's the right time. And I witnessed it. You know, I saw us fight and I saw us do it. And I'm your #1 witness. I love you. Thank you very much, state of Georgia.
If you will, hang around so we can do a big group picture. Next proclamation is in honor of Mr. Jamar Backbone Williams. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas Jamar Backbone Williams, also known as Dr. Bartholomew Funk, was born in Atlanta, Georgia, and is a member of the internationally acclaimed Dungeon family, first generation. And whereas Backbone earned his name as one of the founding and chief supporters of the Dungeon family, he can be linked to many of the notable hits behind Outkast, Goody Mob, and other Dungeon family artists. Whereas with the release of Concrete Law in June of 2001, Backbone's talent was escorted to the forefront and introduced the world to his musical genius as a solo artist. His next solo project is titled Eternal the Flesh, Volume 1. And whereas Backbone's launch of Plateau Entertainment Group gives creatives a platform to express their art under the tutelage of a seasoned veteran, this new and innovative groovement consists of many talented individuals in their regard. And whereas the objective of this alliance is to embody the energy of good music, art, culture, consciousness, and communal empowerment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Jamar Backbone Williams in honor of the 50th anniversary of hip hop for his many contributions to the music and entertainment industry, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 20th, 2023 as Jamar Backbone Williams Appreciation Day in Fulton County.
First, giving honor to God, the Almighty, the ancestors, the city of Atlanta, the county of Fulton, in which I was raised. It's a very special day to even receive this proclamation, to be acknowledged in such a sense. And as Cool Breeze mentioned, because we're from the same coalition of MCs, to be notarized at this point, being over half a century old, is very respectable and very honorable. I am greatly appreciative of this moment, and I don't take it lightly. Thank you all. Praise the Lord.
All right, and last proclamation. We got to, we need everybody to stand up for this one. This guy, Mr. Edwin Lyons Jr., Mojo, the first rapper in Atlanta. Yeah. It's we have, as we celebrate 50 years of hip hop, to be able to honor this pioneer is certainly a pleasure. And my mom actually taught him over at Booker T. Washington High School. So crazy how you have these connections. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas Edwin Lyons Jr., professionally known as Mojo, grew up in Atlanta's West End and is a 1982 graduate of Booker T. Washington High School, Wadman High for those in Atlanta. And he made his debut as a rapper the same year. And whereas Mojo's passion for music began when he was 6 years old and learned to play the drums, and by age 12, he was an accomplished piano player. He went on to play the drums on the Washington High School marching band. And whereas Mojo was inspired by the groundbreaking 1979 Sugar Hill Gang hit, Rapper's Delight, he memorized the lyrics and rapped the song to his fellow classmates at Washington High School, who were all impressed with his performance. And whereas Mojo took his act to the old Ashby Theater and turned it into Mojo's Disco Lounge, his performances drew crowds from every corner of the city. And whereas Mojo's signature hit song, Let Mojo Handle It, became the first rap song by an Atlanta artist to be played on WAOK Radio's live broadcast. When artists like Run DMC and the Fat Boys performed in Atlanta, Mojo was the first choice to open the show. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in honor of the 50th anniversary of hip hop, recognizes Edwin Mojo Lyons for his pioneering contributions to the music and entertainment industry in Atlanta, Georgia, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 20th, 2023 as Edwin Mojo Lyons Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. I tell you, it's been a busy year celebrating the 50 years of hip hop, and I was doing an interview, I think, with the AJC, and they asked me, they say, with all this recognition you're getting, how does it make you feel? And of course, I am honored and I'm very flattered. but it seems like I'm being honored for just having a good time, because that's all we did in 1982. I'd like to thank my good friend Stafford Lightfoot for hanging out with me, Big Pun, and back in, just to paint a small picture for you, the year was 1982. There was nothing going on in the city of Atlanta. The child murders had just ceased. The curfew had been lifted because we had to be off the streets at 11 o'clock back then. They need to do that again, but that's another story for another day. But we had to be off the street, so the curfew had been lifted. So me and like Lightfoot and all of us, we said we're going to make Atlanta just as a fun town as New York or any other place. And of course, I came out with my first song, and there was not a lot of party places in 1982 because we didn't go to Buckhead, because at that time, Buckhead did not gear towards people of color. So we was in Midtown at the Sans Souci, Phoenix, Charles Disco, Mr. V's Figure 8, Marco's, Cisco's, Camilton Road, and that was it. And let me remind you that in 1982, the population in Atlanta was 900,800, according to Darlington, across from Piedmont. I never forget it. And so we wanted to make Atlanta just as good as New York. All my New York rappers, they had a lot of respect for me down here doing what I was doing, but people from New York did not like me because they felt that I was biting on their style. So I had problems with the people from New York. But let the data speak for itself. 1982, 900,800. 2023, 6 million. With that being said, mission accomplished. Thank you, Marvin Arrington. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Fulton County. I love all of you.
And glad to have Young Joe join us as we make this celebration for the 50 years of hip hop. We're going to have to bring him back and make sure we get one for him as well.
The last proclamation is recognizing Coda Web Accessibility Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I'm sorry, I was letting Mojo handle it. Can I get the Coda Web team? Are they here today? Well, we're going to go ahead and present this since this is a full proclamation, board proclamation, and this is the last meeting of the year. Whereas Fulton County government uses web accessibility to ensure that Fulton County communities use web accessibility for people with disabilities to contribute to building and maintaining a healthy community in every aspect of life. And whereas Fulton County, through its public agencies and with cooperative assistance of Accessibility for Life, Disability Awareness Now, Sense of Equity, and other accessibility advocacy organizations, should facilitate the expansion of web accessibility for and greater acceptance of persons with disabilities to have the choice to fully participate in all aspects of life. And whereas Fulton County law also calls upon employers both public and private, to be aware of and utilize web accessibility as a means to give the Fulton County citizens the choice to fully participate in Fulton County in every aspect of life. And whereas every citizen should be aware that the law requires that instructions for using indoor and outdoor paths of travel must be provided to the public by websites that meet the requirement of web accessibility of Title II of the American with Disabilities Act. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes that web accessibility is essential for all citizens, including those with disabilities, for a high quality of life, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 20th, 23, as Coda Web Accessibility Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And like I said, this is a full board proclamation, and we thank those associated with the Coda Web Accessibility Day. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, it's 10:52. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 9, public hearings, 230942, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 19 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? Chief Magistrate Judge Kirk, Ravi Wyndham, Lisa Adler, Pat Snipes, and Timothy Freeman.
All right, those of you who plan to speak, 2 things. When you have 2 minutes remaining, strike that. When you have 15 seconds, rather, remaining on your 2 minutes, I will simply say 15 seconds, and that's your key to conclude your remarks. That applies to everyone except elected officials. It is 10:54. We have 30 minutes for public comment. And with, what, 19 or 20, we're obviously going to exceed the 30 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Fulton County Board of Commission, my name is Cassandra Kirk. I stand before you not just as the Chief Magistrate Judge of Fulton County, but as a dedicated guardian of the community's democratic values and judicial integrity. I'm here to voice my opposition to Resolution 23-0967, a measure that transcends policy. It's a reflection of our commitment to the people we have sworn to serve. In 2013-2014, following a comprehensive 2012 task force study supported by the voters of Fulton County and government transparency groups alike, we embarked on a crucial transformation, transitioning the chief magistrate position from an appointed to elected. This change was more than procedural. It was an acknowledgement to our Fulton voters and an affirmation of our collective democratic principles, empowering Fulton citizens in the selection of those overseeing our court system's critical functions. I'm honored to have been elected and re-elected by the people of Fulton County, a clear testament to their trust in me and our judicial process. However, the proposal by Commissioners Dana Barrett and Vice Chairman Bob Ellis to revert this democratically elected role to an appointed one severely undermines the progress Fulton residents have fought for and the public trust within the judiciary. Negating the voice of our citizens and the gains we've achieved, there's a misleading argument in the resolution regarding the increased budgets and decreased case disposal since 2019. Let me present the facts. From January 1, 2019 to December 11, 2023, our court people have filed over 342,000 cases in our court. Our judges and staff have closed over 305,000 of those cases. That is an 89% closure rate. This efficiency is further highlighted after a recent meeting, particularly on Friday, with County Manager Anderson and COO Adams, where our judges submitted, reviewed, and impressively processed over 2,500 case closures from those cases identified as 2015 to 2018. At that meeting, we learned the number was 10,000. As of today, our judges have completed over 2,500 closure rates in less than 5 days. Furthermore, our court's commitment to justice and efficiently were recognized statewide by a statewide case clearance award that we received in 2020 for a 245% case closure rate for cases from 2017 to 2019. Our court's evaluation, conducted with the support of the National Center for State Courts Civil Justice Improvement Grant, assessed the number of cases on court calendars. This study focused not just on numbers, but on the quality of the process, ensuring parties had an opportunity to be heard. It is based on that measure that we set the number of cases per calendar. I also want to mention that I would never arbitrarily jeopardize court operations by cutting off immediately the provision of judicial services to Superior Court, as has been relayed. As for the magistrate judges you propose to defund, who each serve 4-year terms, as the Magistrate Court Council of Georgia noted yesterday, under OCGA 15-10-20, the JQC alone, Judicial Qualifications Commission, is the sole authority for disciplining or removing judges in Georgia. This separation of powers is critical for maintaining judicial integrity. Converting judicial officers to perform these functions requires legislative action, and in the meantime, work must be done by judges qualified to do that work. I strongly urge you all to urge the Superior Court to return to our posture of completing an MOU as we stood as of yesterday at 1:55 to best serve the Fulton County citizens and those while we wait in the legislative process. The attempt to merge the Magistrate and Superior Court clerk roles, which are part of this hastily constructed legislation, is premature, especially given the incomplete audit initiated by these same two commissioners, which began on June 15, 2023. Such actions lacking thorough assessments are premature and potentially harmful. Justice is not merely a commodity measured by percentage and budgets and case disposal rates. It's a fundamental right we are here to uphold. The proposed changes to strip the Chief Magistrate Judge of independence is a step back from the path of progress and inclusivity that we have chartered for our judiciary. The diversity and qualifications of the judges I have appointed reflect our commitment to a judiciary that mirrors our community's rich diversity. The impact of our court on the community, from Bang the Gavel to our Magistrate 101 to our community town halls and food drives, is substantial and multifaceted. While I will not go on to list all of our achievements, rest assured that our actions have significantly benefited the citizens we serve. I urge you, esteemed members of the board, to reject this resolution outright. It is hastily, ill-considered proposal that does not serve the best interest of our citizens and lacks a foundation in a comprehensive assessment or an understanding of our court's needs. If outright rejection is not feasible now, I implore you to at least delay this vote for a thorough, unbiased assessment of the Magistrate Court's operations. I ask that we less base our decisions on a comprehensive data and analysis, not on expedient political maneuvers. In conclusion, I ask that we approach changes to our judicial system with careful consideration and open dialogue. As elected leaders, we fight for our budgets vigorously, knowing the importance of resources and community impact. But I would prefer to sign over millions to the BOC than to eliminate the collective voices of our citizens, our Fulton voters. We trust them to elect us, and when they don't, we must respect their choice to find leaders who fulfill their expectations. As I close, I'd like to read a statement by the Atlanta NAACP, which was forwarded to me this morning. The Atlanta NAACP strongly opposes the measure to strip the voters' ability to elect the chief magistrate judge. It is undemocratic and works to suppress the will of the people. We hope the commission will vote this proposed legislation down today. I thank you.
Good morning and happy holidays to everyone. My name is Ravi Wyndham. I am the Education and Programming Consultant at the Hammonds House Museum, which is also affectionately known as the West End Gym. This year, we were able to celebrate 35 years of artistic excellence, culture, and community. Thank you for supporting us for 35 years and giving us the proclamation that was in a previous board meeting. With your generous support and funding this year and previous years, we have been able to create, provide, and sustain programs centered around people of African descent, as well as present artists both locally, nationally, and internationally, like Toki Rome Taylor, Carrie Mae Weems, and our beloved Radcliffe Bailey, to name a few. In closing, as I walk down the halls right outside of these doors up here, I admire the beautiful work of artist Tony Smart. And it just made me pause, and I also saw another person doing the same thing. It made me notice that art makes you stop and breathe. It calms your spirit, it changes your entire vibe. And so with that, in the midst of this crazy world and times like this, we need art. With that being said, I ask that you would please, please, please continue the support of the arts and specifically your continued support of the Hammonds House Museum so that we can be around for another thriving 35 plus years, as well as our sister organization, the National Black Arts Festival. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you, Fulton County Commissioners. I'm here to thank you for your long-time support of the arts and culture community here in Atlanta. I don't know how many people are going to get to speak in this 30-minute window, so I'm just going to acknowledge everybody in the house that is here on support of the arts. Just wave up there, people. Yay. My community. I'm Lisa Adler. I'm co-founder of Horizon Theater Company in Little Five Points Inman Park. This is our 40th season in presenting professional contemporary theater for adults and children. We have been there for a long time. We serve over 20,000 people a year with 180 performances, and hundreds of artists every year get supported by us as well. Horizon would not truly be here if it was not support of Fulton County. From the very beginning of our company, we've been supported. And it's not the amount, it's that it happens and that it leverages other funding for us throughout our ability to be able to raise funds from the community. I'm here today to encourage you to continue your support by renewing the Fulton County budget at the $3 million level. This was last year's level, and that was the first time we've been at that level since 2002. 2002, there was a $3 million budget. After that, it declined, and we were so grateful to have it come back. This is a very difficult time for the arts, and we truly appreciate the continued support. I brought with me, as a little gift for you, 630 petitions from audience members who signed them to give to you in support of the Fulton County that we collected at one of our last shows. Right now we are doing 2 shows. So I have one of my little girls here from Madeline's Christmas, a family show for kids, and a collaboration with Dad's Garage, Y'all Mark Christmas. We will serve over 8,000 people this December at our theater. I want to thank you because the
15 seconds.
Arts enrich Fulton County as a major employer in Fulton County, an economic generator, and something that brings our community together across race, class, gender, and every other way. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman and esteemed board. My name is Pat Snipes, and I'm here representing the Before Slavery Experience Museum. This is a new Black History Museum that we have been working towards to open here in the Metro Atlanta area. It is a museum that is focused on the history of African Americans before the transatlantic slave trade. So while most museums focus on slavery, civil rights, inventors and the like, we focus on the history of the people. Where did they come from? How did they live? How did they govern themselves? How did they raise their children? And so I'm here today because this is something that we think will, actually we know will be a destination venue for our metro area. But it will also be a gift to the local residents in the sense that we will offer dance classes and arts and crafts, computer literacy for seniors, robotics for children, lectures, presentations, family tree research, and the like. So that is in addition to the tour of the experience itself. It is definitely a plus for
15 seconds.
For the metro area. We're seeking the assistance of the board for a building to house the museum and its associated arts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come forward. David Wise, Jennifer Jenkins, Karonda Baker, Jawan Page, and Jessica Holland.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Timothy Freeman, and first of all, I want to say do support the arts. Arts are very important, as you see. Mr. Mojo and other people came before you to show how things progressed in Atlanta. I grew up from that era. I remember that era. I remember the struggles, the projects being a vital part of our community. Right now, I live in the northwest side of Atlanta, and I'm mostly concerned about the resolution to change the court system from a, 23-0967. I come here as a liaison for my community, which is the Grove Park community on the northwest side of Atlanta. And not everybody over there is so politically connected and conscious, so I try to let them know the things that are going on in layman terms. And I'm asking the commission here today to please not do this, because the feedback that I get from my community is that the white folks are just trying to take over. The dominant power structure that has always suppressed us is ramping up its efforts to put us in a further bind. And the magistrate court has done a very good job over the lead of Cassandra Kirk. Judge Kirk has done an excellent job. And I'm not speaking just for myself. I speak to the people in my community. And while not all of us see this, the majority of us do see this. So they have done a wonderful job, and it doesn't make any sense to me to take a position where we, the people, get to vote on this position and put it in the hands of an appointee. If somebody could explain to me, don't have to explain it to me now, but no one has been able to really do that to me. So personally, I think this is just social economic engineering, something that was working for the lower income black people in
15
my
seconds.
is now being taken away. So I implore you to say no to this resolution, and I thank the audience for being here to listen, and thank you for your consideration. Please say no.
Hello, commissioners. I just want to thank you for your funding for the arts. As Lisa Adler talked about, and you mentioned that, uplift the children, I just want to give one example. This is my daughter, Alexa. She's full of innovation and creativity and awesomeness, but she was a little bit not self-confident to put that out there to the world. We went to she took camp and classes at Horizon Theater. In a year and a half, she just performed yesterday in front of 200 people, did an amazing job at the theater, and is like out there. Even I don't have the self-confidence to go and perform in front of people like that. So I just want to say that arts funding, it's not just a painting, a performance, a drawing. It's like lives, like you're changing kids' lives, you know? And she's just one of 28 girls in her cast in one theater of all the different theaters in Fulton County. So as like a Fulton County resident and then just as a dad, you know, thank you so much for what your funding has allowed for my daughter to grow and be so much more confident. And just please continue that funding and don't cut that funding because it's really affecting lives and doing so much. I would also, one last thing, I really think is probably out of the whole budget is a relatively small amount of the greater budget. I would argue that it's probably one of the best bang for your buck, if you will, that you're gonna get out of the, for that relatively small amount, how much you enrich lives. So
15
please,
seconds.
Please just continue that, and thank you so much for what you've already done.
Good morning. Si jambo. Habari gani. Saubona. I'm Jennifer Jenkins, and I'm proud to be born and raised here in Fulton County, and here with my sister Pat Snipes in support of the Before Slavery Museum, requesting that the location that is soon to be opening up on Roswell Road in Sandy Springs, that it be considered for the location of this extraordinary museum. Those of us, including my husband, who are proud native Atlantans, and for 4 generations of my family, we are tremendously grateful to your leadership on behalf of our great city and our global legacy. I was honored, in fact, to serve as honorary consul for the Republic of Botswana and as dean of the Africa consuls here in the Atlanta Consular Corps for 7 years. I'm emerita now, but I continue to passionately support the cooperation and partnerships between the people of the continent of Africa and here our native town of Atlanta. So we ask you to please support this. Those of us who were born and raised here and public school graduates, we were blessed that we are also honoring the 50th anniversary of hip hop, but also the 50th anniversary of Roots and how transformational that was in our lives and of our generation. And we would like for this next generation of young people to be able to embrace their roots. That is all of us in our multicultural city. So please consider supporting. And it's so great to see all of you. And God rest the soul of your dad. Thank you so much, all of you, for your leadership. And we hope that we can continue this partnership, particularly in terms of the cultural arts and in community service for the Sandy Springs area, but the entire Fulton County and, in fact, greater Atlanta area, the home of Pan-Africanism. Thank you so much. That's all.
Greetings, distinguished county commissioners. I'm Karonda Baker, Program Officer for Arts, Culture, and Creative Enterprises at the Community Foundation for Greater Atlanta. The power of arts and culture extends beyond aesthetics. It's an economic force that builds stronger, more livable neighborhoods. Across Fulton County, creative businesses beautify our cities and fuel innovation. According to the Arts and Economic Prosperity 6 study, it is estimated that in the city of Atlanta alone, our vibrant sector supports over 6,500 jobs, provides over $360 million in personal income, and generates $7.5 million in city and county tax revenue. Arts and culture are not just sources of inspiration. They are economic kindling, enticing people out of their homes and resulting in substantial event-related spending. In Atlanta, attendees on average spend $42 per person per event on top of buying tickets. This creates a ripple effect that extends to local businesses, hotels, restaurants, transportation, and more. Therefore, funding the arts is not a frivolous pastime, but a strategic investment in an industry that stimulates economic growth. As you discuss the budget, I urge you to remember the broader context. Now, more than ever, we must recognize that the arts are not a luxury, but an essential force that uplifts our residents and stimulates economic growth. By investing in the arts, we invest in an industry that goes beyond the canvas and the stage. Your commitment to funding the arts is not merely a line item in the budget. It is fueling interconnectedness that makes Fulton County the cultural capital of the South.
15 seconds.
I thank you again for your support of arts and culture in prior year budgets and encourage you to continue funding so we collectively can continue to influence everything.
It's morphin' time. It's random, right? You're like, oh, what's going on? But I got your attention. So my name is Jovan Page, and my 9 to 5 is being the program officer for Power and Leadership for the Community Foundation for Greater Atlanta. But my 5 to 9 is being a motivational speaker. Now, in lieu of giving you numbers and data that you'll probably forget by lunch, I decided I was gonna give you a quick story. So I met a young man named Marquise. I asked Marquise, hey, Marquise, what do you wanna be when you grow up? I said, do you wanna be a doctor? You wanna be a lawyer? He was like, no. I said, oh, you wanna be a motivational speaker like Mr. Page? Like, no, that's lame. Well, dang, well, what do you wanna be? He said, I wanna be a Power Ranger. We're learning primary colors in our after-school program, and I learned all the colors, but I want to be a Power Ranger. I said, why? Is it because of your favorite color? No, I want to be a Power Ranger because Power Rangers can fight. I'm like, okay. Yeah, and I have to fight sometimes because I think I have to fight back from my mom because her boyfriend beats on her. It's like, I didn't expect that. I don't know what to say. I thought we were talking about Power Rangers, so, well, if you need anything, here's my card. It was like, no, you're being weird. I'm just trying to tell you why I want to be a Power Ranger. I said, okay, well, why else do you want to be a Power Ranger? Well, I want to be a Power Ranger because I know I'll be able to save my mom, and my mom's boyfriend got her addicted to drugs. So now I'm talking to a young man. He's only 6 years old. This is a true story. And he told me that he is in a domestic violence situation, and he doesn't have somewhere to live consistently, and his mom is on drugs. So what do I do? And how does arts pertain to this? Well, I lied to you about a couple of things. One, I told you I wasn't going to give you no numbers. I'm going to give you something. All right? Now, somebody who is involved in a domestic violence household is 6 times more likely to commit suicide, 50% more likely to be addicted to drugs. However, arts programs, those people are 7% less likely to have a lower propensity to be involved in those things. The second thing I lied about is Marquise. Marquise is my middle name. All right, 15 seconds. Thank you so much for your time. An investment in arts is an investment in us. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come forward. Freddie Ashley, Karina Tyshart, Christopher Escobar, Destiny Renee, and L.A. Pink.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Holland. I am the Director of Organization and Community Initiatives at South Arts. Just a little bit of background about South Arts. I come today really wearing a little bit of our funder hat, speaking funder to funder. In 2022, South Arts granted nearly $10 million throughout the Southeast, with $4 million going directly to artists. We make this kind of investment because we understand, like my colleagues have pointed out, the return that that money and investment gives to the community. For example, we know that on average, for every dollar that is invested in a community, $7 are returned back in total economic impact. One of our goals at South Arts is to grow private investment in the Southeast. I don't know if you know this, and you may, but we are woefully underfunded regionally. And so our giving back to the community and investing in the community is with not only the direct hope that we will spur artistic innovation and audience appreciation, but also that we can stand as an example to other government entities. Americans for the Arts has research that helps support the fact that when government invests in arts, and so do private investors. And in fact, nonprofits that don't receive federal funding compared to their sister nonprofits who do tend to earn less revenue from private investors by about 25% less. So your investment is really important.
15 seconds.
Because it helps amplify the rest of the investments that are out there from the private realm. So thank you very much, and thank you for continuing to fund arts in Fulton County.
Good morning. My name is Freddie Ashley, and I am the Artistic Director of Actors Express here in Fulton County. We've been producing theater here for over 35 years and have been able to do so much, as Lisa Adler said, in large part due to your support. As a matter of fact, there was a certain time in our organization's history that we would have actually potentially gone under if not for the support of Fulton County. The arts were probably one of the hardest hit industries from the pandemic, and our recovery has been among the slowest. We've had an interruption and disruption to attendance, which thankfully is starting to turn around, but also philanthropic support for the arts at this already critical time has been slashed in almost every corner. If not for the thoughtfulness and generosity of Fulton County or some of our other public partners, who else will do it? And what do the arts bring? You're going to hear, and you have heard, all kinds of very well-researched, studied, presented, and shared statistics about the power of the arts on the economy, on education, on quality of life. All those are true and have been consistently true for a number of decades now. But I want you also to think about the personal impact that the arts have had potentially on you and people that you love. Where else can you go where a bunch of people from different walks of life, backgrounds, experiences, beliefs gather together on purpose to share something significant? Think about the personal impact on each of those people and then the aggregate impact on those
15
many
seconds.
dozens, hundreds, and thousands more who've had the same experience. The arts don't just bolster and improve our community, and they do. They also create community and are in desperate need of your support. Thank you and happy holidays.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Karina Teichert. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I'm a recent Georgia Tech grad and a colleague of Jessica's at South Arts. Outside of work, I'm a musician, writer, and art curator. As a very creative student at a predominantly STEM school, I realized I was largely bereft of opportunities to get involved in the arts at my school. As a result, I turned to the wider Atlanta area in order to get said opportunities that I so desperately needed. I found myself welcomed into the music and arts communities with open arms, and I can truly say that getting to experience the rich tapestry of art and history that this county has to offer has changed my life significantly. Cutting funding to these vital communities would not only be a great disservice to Fulton County constituents, but also to the depth, diversity, and vivacity of the city that we all love. Speaking as a young person and an artist, I urge you to please continue your support of my future and the future of my peers through the funding of the arts here in Fulton County. Thank you so much.
Good morning, and thank you for your long-standing support of the arts. But I'm not here to point out why that's been important from a cultural standpoint. Instead, I'm here to offer a case study. See, I'm the executive director of the Atlanta Film Society. My name is Christopher Escobar, and we're the nonprofit that produces the Atlanta Film Festival. And back in 2011, the city and state arts funding was at an all-time low. The organization had gone down to one full-time employee, and it would have certainly closed were it not for the dependability of Fulton County funding, typically about $20,000 annually. This is when I came along and we had a challenge on our hands. At the same time, the Plaza Theater, Atlanta's oldest movie theater, was also on the verge of closing. We got together to see how we could help each other, and indeed we did. We moved the Atlanta Film Festival there. We worked with them to turn things around, and by 2016, the theater's revenue had more than tripled, and there was a renewed sense of vibrancy at the corner of Ponce and North Highland Avenue. 2017, the center was purchased for the first time in 78 years for a hefty $18 million. The center's new owners regularly reference how the Plaza Theater is an anchoring part of the shopping center, going as far as renaming Briarcliff Plaza as the Plaza on Ponce. And here's how far we've come. In employment numbers and full-time equivalents, the combined Plaza and Atlanta Film Society have gone from 5 to 25. Property taxes for the portion that Fulton County alone gets for that property has increased by $20,000 annually. And in sales tax, an increase of over $147,000 a year. See, it's safe to say that without the Plaza Theater, that center would not be the same, and it's accurate to say that without the Atlanta Film Society, the Plaza Theater would not be here today. This case study is not an outlier. It's instead a typical example of the economic impact you see when you look at the nearly other 200 artist organizations that Fulton County funds. These aren't cultural assets. These are investment assets in a portfolio that is paying returns. Thank you so much.
Last four speakers in Assembly Hall, please come down. DeJuan Hart, W. Imara Kennedy, Susan Ross, and Sherry B. Williams.
Greetings, everyone. I am Destiny Renee, the Education Director and representative of Seven Stages Theater in Little Five Points, here to speak in opposition of reducing arts funding in 2024. As we know, Atlanta is a large, influential center of the United States, influential cultural center of the United States, and arts play a major role in the development of culture. Seven Stages is heading into our 45th season. As a nonprofit, theater is a part of our mission, vision, and values to create accessible and affordable arts programming that will benefit our community. We rely heavily on grants and government funding to continue that important work, offering art and education to those in need, and we cannot do that without your support. American theaters are struggling nationally, and I would even say theaters are struggling internationally as well. And it is my hope that we all continue to fight for its survival. Thank you.
Good evening. I am the president and first lady of Street Groomers, and I come here today to speak with Dana and Bob based on their accusations against Chief Magistrate Judge Cassandra Kirk. I stand here as an organization, sadly and disappointed in words that were spoken out about our judge and the things that she needed to step down for. I don't think that you went and did a background check, and since she gave you one, there's no need for me to speak on that. I can only speak on her outreach of the things that she's done with us personally in the community. But I want to ask the question, why wasn't the same energy, and this question is to Dana because I seen you on the TV speaking, why wasn't that same energy given to Commissioner Hall running around here chasing balls inside this building? There was you haven't asked her to step down at all, and that concerns me. So there wasn't no call for her to resign directly from you at all. When we even came to the meeting, you never spoke out about it. But then here it is, you have so much to say about a judge that have done so much inside of our community. Foot washing, what judge do you know washed the foot of the homeless? Have you ever done that? Have you? Have you done that? Not only does she take care of inside of Fulton County, with making sure that she brings an impact to the judges here that she stands for, but the outside as well. So you're coming for a judge
15
that
seconds.
has a background that you can't even touch. Half of the things she's probably done, you haven't even remotely come close to doing. So please step off.
Good morning, guys. How you doing, commissioners? My name is DeJuan Hart. They call me Young Dro. I represent a group called It Still Takes a Village. It Still Takes a Village is centered on community, empowerment, and mental health, and we also have a diversion program for people like me. My comment is on funding I see being cut in jail and court. First of all, I'm out here and I see these evictions, and I don't understand much about politics, not at all, and I don't want to pretend like I do, but if we're not appointing presidents, we should not be appointing judges. Voting rights are very important. And as for jail goes, I've been in Wright Street myself, and they had me on this thing called a boat. And a boat is a bed that you pretty much put wherever you got space at. And I had to sleep by a room that I smelled feces and piss and all of that type of stuff all day long. And it played a number on my mental, and the jail is deteriorating, and you can literally just pull anything from anywhere and make a weapon. So I feel like funding for this needs to be heavily considered. Thank you for your time.
Should I start? Okay. Good morning, commissioners. It's good to be with you again as we close out this year and the thrust of this holiday season. I, of course, I'm here to talk to you about the importance of the arts, but quite honestly, you've already done that work for us. So, Commissioner Thorne, thank you. As we already saw, every sector of Fulton County was represented through these wonderful young artists and them being celebrated through this wonderful calendar. So we visually got to start off today's meeting seeing how every corner of Fulton County is impacted. And this is just a personification of the reality of the 200+ arts organizations that Fulton County has supported again this year, and that we encourage you to, at the same level, support for 2024. You know, in only a few short days, one of the most celebrated films of our country, The Color Purple, will premiere in theaters across this country. And you know, the good news is 95% plus of that was filmed right here in the state of Georgia, with most of it being in locations throughout Fulton County. A $125 million project that was funneled into funds right back here. Now, why was that possible? Because there are artists that were trained at these institutions that Fulton County funds. There are artists that live here because they want to live in Fulton County. And I share all of that in the big picture and dwindle down. And it all comes from the continued support that you all support in Fulton County. So we say thank you for that support. We encourage you to continue to that support. And as my colleague and dear friend Chris said, it's not just a cultural asset, it's an economic investment. Thank you, happy holidays, and continue that good fight for art and culture. God bless.
Hello, my name is Susan Ross, and I'm a longtime resident of Fulton County, and I know many of you personally. I am here as an artist, as a retired city employee, as a senior citizen, and probably 3 or 4 other hats. But I'm here to encourage you to continue Fulton County's outstanding support for arts funding and senior funding. I think it's very important that we recognize that the arts are what enriches our lives. And then for those of us who have given so much over the years to Fulton County, we deserve to have some services that affect us as we are seniors. And so I think it is highly important that this board take on continuing its historic responsibilities of supporting the arts and seniors. I have been up here before as a member of the Nature Girls. I know we were honored by the Fulton County, and all of us are senior citizens who regularly use the facilities around the county, on all sides of the county. I want to, and as an artist, I exhibit regularly from the north of Fulton County down to the south, from Johns Creek down to almost down to Clayton, but down to the end of the county. We do exhibits all over the county, and I want to strongly encourage that you continue to support those nonprofit organizations and individuals that make this county great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 3 speakers on Zoom and 5 emailed in comments.
All right, it's 11:34, quickly.
The first person to speak is Ben Howard. Ben Howard. Okay, the next person.
Greetings, commissioners, staff, and special greetings, fellow citizens. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. They were rolling merrily along, doling out millions of dollars in the dark until one day a newly appointed housing commissioner arrived. Instead of softly making a motion, the newcomer insisted, "What have you board members been doing to increase affordable public housing?" Uh-oh, trouble in the house. Shut down that Zoom. In-person meetings only. We're heading to the Fulton County Commission to get them to get rid of this troublemaker. At the county seat, 2 voices moved to throw the so-called troublemaker out. A third voice moved to put the matter on hold until legal advice had been given to the commissioners. But then came a call to throw the baby out with the bathwater, saying, "Let's get rid of that whole housing authority." Oh, no, not yet. The media is covering this mess on air and in the Sunday paper. The can of worms has been opened. We need to let the worms crawl out.
The next person to speak is Lucia Frazier.
Good morning, everybody. My request today is something that's probably already been paid for and maybe overlooked. It's been really hard to come and communicate with the BRE in person anymore now that they've moved to the furthest part of the county. And I've asked about having Zoom comment, and it sounds like they don't have the ability, but I don't see how that is since we've paid so much money for that new facility. So I'm just requesting that somebody just look into that and see if we could make that a possibility in the future. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Marie. Marie. And with that said, that concludes our Zoom public comments.
We have 5 public comments from email. The first public comment by Robin Donaldson. I'm a resident of Fulton County and I live in the Old 4th Ward. I want to make sure that you are aware of I am opposed to Resolution 23067. Second public comment by Greg Fan. Good morning. I regret I could not be in attendance for today's meeting. I'm attending former Fulton County employees Captain Hattie Cotton Took's mother's funeral. I want to express my support for the 5% raise and to increase the minimum entry-level salaries for all Fulton County employees, as well as the Fulton County Marshal's parity pay. As you know, there is a homeless issue in our county. Many of Fulton County employees that work for you are struggling to pay rent and keep a roof over their heads for them and their children. My hope is that you seriously consider raising the entry-level pay for all employees so those that are struggling can make ends meet and continue to provide for themselves and their families. The third public comment by Donna Timmers. Please remove the barrier from the concrete work at Northside Library. We cannot get to the drop-off. It has been there for weeks. The fourth public comment by Kimberly King. Good morning, Fulton County Board of Commissioners. As a Fulton County resident, I am disappointed that Resolution 23067, sponsored by Commissioners Barrett and Ellis, has reached today's agenda. It appears that an open conversation between the commissioners, individually or collectively, with Chief Magistrate Judge Kirk would have been and would have demonstrated better use of county's resources. Today, I'm asking other commissioners to oppose this resolution for the following reasons. Funding of the magistrate court is already within the BOC's authority. Cutting funding would hurt the county's most vulnerable citizens who rely on the county's operations and resources. Moving positions and funding to Superior Court would not yield a better outcome for Fulton County residents. If that is not your intended outcome, I encourage you to instead find ways to seek the magistrate court such that it may continue its exceptional service. Number 2, seeking legislation to make chief judge and an appointed position removes the voice of the people. In Fulton County, the vote is viewed as sacred, as constituents throughout Fulton County selected and elected each commissioner. Why would we not want to exercise our voting rights and select the person we want to lead the magistrate court? More than once, we have selected Cassandra Kirk. Why? Because she gets the job done. The third, there's an uncertain value in creating new judicial officer positions in Superior Court with increased criminal responsibility. Sure, this topic deserves discussion.
15 seconds.
Just not before the BOC has enough information to make the decision today. Under Judge Kirk, Fulton County Magistrate Court has been recognized numerous times by numerous organizations. That is an accomplishment all residents should celebrate.
Thank you. Any more?
The last public comment by Helen Butler. The Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda strongly opposes any proposal to eliminate the voters of Fulton County ability to elect any position in the county, especially that of Judge Kirk. This concludes today's online comments.
All right, 1141, colleagues. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 9, county manager's renewal items under open and responsible government, 230904, real estate and
All
asset.
right, hold on a second here. So the next 15 items are all renewing existing contracts. And if there are no objections, I'd like to take those as in one vote. If you just sound the captions, if anyone would like any explanation as we go through.
23904, request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $1,092,157 to provide cleaning services. Page 10, 230905, request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $215,000 to provide on-site door repair and preventive and predictive maintenance services. 230906, registration and elections, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $560,000 to provide ballot printing services for the 2024 elections. 230943, information technology, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $3,137,962.45 to provide provisioning, maintenance, and support services of network and physical security equipment countywide. 230944, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 to provide enterprise business class desktop, personal computers, laptops, monitors, and docking station, special computing devices. Page 11, 230945, real estate and asset management, request approval to renew existing contracts in a total not to exceed amount of $350,000 to provide on-site standby plumbing repair services. Arts and libraries, 230907, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $1 million to provide popular shelf-ready books. On page 12, under Health and Human Services, 230946, Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, request approval to renew existing contracts in a total amount not to exceed $13,363,410.93 to provide permanent supportive housing. 230908, Senior Services, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $3,134,178 to provide transportation services, ride sharing to eligible Fulton County residents of age 60 and above. 230909.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
On 0908 and 0909, can we pull those out for
Yes.
separate discussion?
Yes. Continue.
Okay, on page 13, 230911, Senior Services, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $4,363,792.43 to provide aging services for Fulton County seniors age 60 and above. 230910, request approval to renew existing contracts in the amount of $1,049,303.76 to provide food service management and purchasing of food items for 4 senior multi-purpose facilities and 3 training centers. 230912, request approval to renew existing contracts in a total amount not to exceed $1,030,166.32 to provide in-home services to eligible Fulton County seniors age 60 and above. 230947, Public Works, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $300,000 to provide standby utility pavement patching and paving services. On page 14, 230913, Sheriff, request approval to renew existing contract in an amount not to exceed $554,730 to provide national prisoner transportation services.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve 13 of those 15, the 2 exceptions being those requested by Vice Chair Ellis on page 12, 0908, and also on page 12, 0909. Those are the two, Vice Chair.
Yes, sir.
All right. Motion to approve 13, those 13 with those two exceptions. Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, back to 0908 on page 12. Sound that one in its entirety.
230908, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $3,134,178 with Common Courtesy to provide transportation services, ride sharing to eligible Fulton County residents age 60 and above.
All right, Vice Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I know we got late yesterday, a presentation by, I think, Senior Services on this topic, and I'm not necessarily asking them to go through it in its entirety, but, you know, my main concern with this, and I'm supportive of this program because I worked with a group to originally put it in place, is on our current trajectory, is it sustainable in terms of the cost trajectory of it without thinking about some sort of mechanisms of cost sharing within it. You know, if I read my numbers correct on this, our expenditure for this on 2021 was about 1.38 million. Is that right? That sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And then it jumped in 2022, and then now we're at, the ask here is for 3.13. Is that for this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, at some point, I mean, the pace of increase does become potentially unsustainable on this. So that's really, you know, what I thought we should have some level of discussion about, and I know you all had put some sort of discussion of this, I believe, in this presentation, and I thought it might be worth having to spend a few minutes on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis. So the department has worked on a sustainability plan. In October, we brought the matter to the board to request approval for additional funding because we did not have any mechanism in place to control ridership. We presented recommendations at that time, and we received feedback that included looking at a means share model, a means testing model. And so the department went back to work through that means testing model, and we have included that in the presentation today. And if we want to skip straight to that, I think it's important to frame this by starting off on page 6 of the presentation. We'll back up a little further just to show some trends in ridership. Page 4, we'll start there. What we are demonstrating here is the continued escalation in ridership for the Uber Lyft service. This program, again, has become very popular for a variety of reasons, and the department has done a tremendous job in managing the program. And so I'll turn it over to Ladisa Onilagu to talk about the continued increase in ridership and the projections over the for 2024, along with the means testing model that we would like to present for your consideration.
And Dr. Rochelle, before you go further with it, is what you're going to present, is that assumed in the contract renewal that we would adopt these recommended means tests, or is that a separate?
It is not, no, sir.
Decision? Okay.
So it is not considered, it is a way for us to manage the program within the budget that the board
Got it.
approves.
So we could adopt it with this amount, the money may run out, or
Yes.
we could adopt potentially a means test and potentially get,
Yes, sir.
more expanded usage and allow more people to kind of benefit from it.
That's exactly right.
Got it, okay.
Anything else, Commissioner?
No, I mean, that's it. I mean, I think if you wanted to kind of
Okay.
pace through that fairly quickly, that's fine.
Will do. Good morning. Ladisa Onilago, Director, Department of Senior Services. Joining me is Quayla Rashid Henry, and she will present information on the means test. The slide before you is clear. Ridership continues to increase for Uber Lyft. At this time, as of 2022, total number of rides provided was 145,000. As of October, 135,000 trips were provided through Uber Lyft, and as of November, we recently received that invoice, 149,000 trips. Next slide. The ridership, unduplicated total number of seniors who used the common courtesy contract Uber Lyft was 2,061 in October. So you can see the significant increase from January 2023 through October. And as of November, we had an unduplicated number of 2,068. Next slide. So this is the cost before you today. Agenda item 23-0908, request approval for renewal at $3.1 million. That means that we'll be able to provide 13,000 trips monthly. There will be a service reduction to 1,670 riders. And this is if the funding remains here, then the department will work to manage the contract within the compensation amount. Remember, as of October 2023, we had already provided 15.6 thousand trips, and that's up to 2,061 riders. Senior Services has requested $1.5 million in enhancement for the 2024 budget. If that is approved in January, we will be able to provide up to 17,000 trips per month, and that will allow us to service 2,320 seniors. Now, if we use the 2% increase, which is a trend that we've been tracking, then we could amass a total of 2,872 riders by the end of 2024, and that means no restrictions, no spending controls or caps are implemented. Next slide. Now, some of the sustainability measures that we are able to take regarding Transdev is to analyze fuel cost. So Senior Services, through the partnership of DREAM, has installed the EJ Ward hardware onto the buses that Transdev uses to transport seniors to senior centers, adult day centers, and behavioral health. We're going to determine whether or not using county fuel sites will save us some cost, or if there is actual cost savings built into the contract with fuel. The second thing that we're going to explore is the feasibility of transferring dialysis clients to common courtesy. This will free up buses, the Transdev buses, to meet their on-time performance objectives. They'll be able to get the seniors to the centers quicker, adult day, support behavioral health more, and for dialysis clients that are eligible and can use common courtesy, we would like to transfer them. There's one thing that we would have to work with purchasing on, which is to determine what can be done with the contract if we have to resolicit, because the dialysis clients require more trips than the 16-month allotment. The third sustainability measure is to reestablish MOST. MOST is an acronym for Mobility Options Supporting Senior Transport, and this is where we do a detailed assessment of seniors, not automatically placing them into service, but asking them a series of questions, and then determining which type of program is most appropriate for them. And an assessment takes some time, significant amount of time, and requires additional staffing in the transportation program within the department to accomplish that. The last sustainability measure, which Dr. Rochelle referenced, and Quaylee is going to talk you through that quickly, is to consider a means test, which will be applied to the common courtesy contract, and that will require a board decision and approval. Quaylee.
Good morning. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So as part of our means testing, we looked at sliding scale fees that are established by the census using the federal poverty guideline levels. And we established 4 scales, starting with the status quo cost share that we typically have in place, that we do have in place now, which would represent 100% of the federal poverty level, which is about $14,000 a year annual income for a single individual. The second scale would be at a $2 cost share, and that would take it up to 200% of the federal poverty level and below, and that's about $29,000 a year for a single individual. The third scale is 247% of the federal poverty level at $3, and that's $36,000 a year and below. And the fourth scale is at 247% above the federal poverty level, and that would be a $5 cost share. So anyone making over $36,000 a year would be required to pay the $5 cost share amount. Next slide. So this is a breakdown of what I've mentioned in terms of the different sliding scales that we established according to the cost share amounts. Next slide. And so in terms of the means test and thinking about the eligibility, we anticipate that there would be some cost savings, and this is a breakdown of the monthly cost savings per trip, according to the cost share that the client would be responsible for. Next slide. And so,
Okay, so thank you. So the recommendations that we have before you, Commissioners, outline 3 options. One is to renew the contract as it's presented today, maintaining the 16 one-way trips. We would need to reduce the ridership and impose a cap of 1,670 riders and include a means test. The next option would require $1.5 million in additional funding, which would make the Uber Lyft contract with common courtesy $4.6 million. We would maintain the 16 one-way trips. We would have a cap, but we would be able to serve more constituents, 2,320, and we would impose a means test. If option 1 or 2 are not approved, we anticipate needing to come back to the board in the beginning of the 4th quarter for an additional $2.6 million, which would allow us to continue the one-way trips, and we anticipate the ridership at that time would be 2,800, and we would impose the means test.
So Dr. Rochelle and team, and maybe this is a better question for it. The budget as it's currently constructed right now, what's the assumption in the proposed budget? Is it the 3.1?
Yes, sir.
Or the 4.6? It's the 3.1.
3.1,
right?
yes, sir.
Okay. You know, if we approve the 3.1 today, would your approach then to be to start to manage it as if that's all that's going to be, you know, kind of allowed for, or to manage it in the way it's been doing, plus add the means testing, and then, you know, if there's, the funding gets tighter, then come back and seek more funding at that point in time, sort of, which, or is it maybe more of an art than a science on that?
So, Vice Chair, if the board approves the 3.1 million along with the means test and no cap, we would manage the program to the 3.1 million, and then we would need to approach the board at such time that we've projected that the funding will be exhausted. And we would then present, as we did in October, what resources would be needed to continue the service through the end of the year.
But what we have before us in terms of approval is there's no means test within it.
So the contract does not include a means test. That is
Okay.
a policy decision above the contract. And so
Okay.
it wasn't required to be included in the contract, but the department has the discretion to manage the program as the board approves the policy to do so. And so we are presenting for consideration a
Which-
means test.
Okay. But it sounds like regardless of the dollar amount that we would wind up in terms of availability of funding, whatever that is, whether it's 3.1 additional million and a half or more, is the department's recommendation that we move to the means testing model?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And the department is also respectfully requesting consideration of a utilization cap.
So you would like that, you would like to seek from us the utilization cap and the means test be added?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, I would offer a friendly amendment to the proposals here to adopt the recommendations from the staff of the cap and the means test.
I'll second it.
Well, it has to be accepted by it's just a friendly amendment. It's a motion to approve and second, it's on the floor, so.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's accepted.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Barrett?
Sorry, I have a question about that amendment. So you're adding the means test and the cap, but not specifying the dollar amount at this point?
Correct. Well, the dollar amount's in here, yeah, and obviously we
Well, the
could-
3.1 million, you're
Right, I
saying.
mean, we could obviously
keep that for now.
For
but
now, right.
But go
obviously.
ahead and implement the means test and the cap. Okay, I got you. I just had a couple of questions. On the number that you're estimating on option 2, the 1.5 million additional, the number of the 2,320 riders, is that number because that's what you think we'll be at the end of this year? And that's where you're capping that? Like, where does that 2,320 come from?
So the 2,320, we calculated what and how many constituents we could serve if we added the $1.5 million investment that was added in October. That still, based on our projections, would not take us to the end of 2024.
No, I meant like, right now you said as of October, we were at 2160, I think?
Yes.
And so I'm asking if by including the upticks that you're expecting in November, or that you may have already had in November and what you're expecting in December, does that get us already to 2,320?
Very close.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is just because I know you and I had a conversation earlier this week about about grandfathering people in if we were to limit the program. And so I was just curious if that is sort of where that line would be at the end of this year. We would then start, those people would be grandfathered in, anybody else would have to wait till somebody drops out of the program, essentially.
So as a matter of how we would execute the policy, we would recommend grandfathering in the 2,000 or so constituents. We certainly would not want to cause a hardship on people that have relied on this transportation. We would then implement the means test for any new riders. New riders would be anyone after board action that is new to the program.
But it's likely that we would be full already.
Yes.
The cap would be reached and we would be full at the beginning of 2024 and wouldn't be able to accept anybody new until somebody drops out of the program.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Have we looked at, and I wasn't here for the inception of the program when it began, obviously, but I'm just wondering about the 16 rides. And I think maybe we have talked about it since I've been here a little bit, but is that the magic number decided on based on some kind of assessment of need, or how did we come to that?
So yes, it was based on need, but what we're trending at is half of that.
Okay.
So the average rider over time is only taking approximately 8 trips.
Okay.
So we certainly could consider, in addition to the means test and a cap, that reduction in the number of rides, because our average is approximately 8 at this time.
That does seem like that would be a a good choice. I don't know how much, does that impact these numbers at all if we were to do that?
It definitely would give us additional riders. We could serve more people with fewer rides per person.
I mean, if they're not using it anyway, and the program's been going on for how many years now? Is it 2? 3?
2017.
So we've got some data over time, and over time, it looks like that's what the usage is. I would love to see what that looks like, because if we could reduce the number of rides, which are not really getting used anyway, and serve more people, that seems like a good thing.
And in thinking about that, however, the data that we've shared is based on the 8 rides. So it's not going to get us much.
Okay, I got you.
But we could certainly consider that. But all of the utilization and the fiscal impact is based on the average rides, which is approximately 8. So if we reduce the 16 to 8, it will not get us much more, because that's really where we're operating now.
Yeah, and obviously average is not everybody, so I wouldn't want to go all the way down to 8, but maybe we could go to 10 or 12, at least.
Yes.
Sort of start new people out at that level or something. I guess the other question I had is on the means test, at the amount over $36,000 a year, anybody after that is paying $5. Would it be helpful at all to have a cap at which you just don't qualify? In other words, if we went to 500% of the poverty line, which is people making $72,000 and change, could we say anybody over 500% of the poverty line just doesn't qualify for the program?
Certainly we could.
I don't know how much difference, again, that would make in the cost, but it does seem like the whole goal of this is to serve the seniors that need it, not just to give a discount, a subsidized, 3/4 of the price discount to people that don't need that subsidy.
So we certainly could include additional eligibility. Right now, the only eligibility is that you're a resident of Fulton County and you're 60 years or older. So if we use the means test in other health and human services, the means test is used to determine eligibility and ineligibility. So adding that component would certainly be helpful.
All right, I have one more question about the decision-making around this, and I'm just wanting for my own edification to understand the age 60 also. I mean, I feel like a lot of the various senior services that exist in the world have different starting ages. Did we pick 60 for a particular reason?
Because our primary funding from the federal government has an age of 60. And so we just use that because it's uniform across all of the services like home delivered meals, in-home care. That's the age. And so we thought using that standard age to align with our federal funding would make sense.
Do you have a concept of the average age of the current users, just out of curiosity?
Once they determine the eligibility based on age, they have not tracked age, but I'm sure we could go through the client records and give you that information.
Again, just thinking about how we might serve more people that need it, and thought being, I'm fully with you that we should grandfather in anybody that's using the service so far. I mean, we certainly don't want to take something away from people that are relying on it. But if we said for people joining new, it's 62 and over, or I don't know if it would materially make a difference. And so I would just be curious to see some of those, other options considered. That's all I have.
Good questions. Commissioner? No. Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I understand that we need to be fiscally prudent with this, but whenever we have conversations surrounding seniors and transportation, I want to go on record as us doing everything in our power to not only make sure that the ones that are getting the service are getting it, but the ones who are hitting that 60, or the ones who have not been getting out. And part of the fact that they're able to get out now, they have a better mental health status. I know that the seniors in my district really do utilize this. The seniors in my district enjoy it. And, sometimes I cringe when we have the discussion because it comes down to dollars and cents. And when you're talking about seniors, those that have worked and given to Fulton County all of their lives, something just does not sit right with me when we're talking about individuals who have helped shape this county, who has helped raise children, who have helped mentored, who have helped the arts and culture community, who have helped with so many different things. It may just be a personal pet peeve of mine, and I'll be candid with you. Maybe it is. But when we are talking about our seniors, we are talking about individuals that a difference of not making a trip could be the difference of maybe socially not coming out. That's a problem for me. Now, full disclosure, I know that Fulton County has a great transportation for seniors. I know that we lead the way, and I appreciate what you all are doing. But I would ask all of my colleagues, especially the chairman, that we make sure when it comes to transportation for our seniors, let them be on the back burner when it comes to these cuts, if at all possible. Thank you.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
I want to be clear on exactly what we're voting on right now. So if the clerk could sound exactly what we're voting on right now, since we have an amendment.
The motion is to approve the 3.1 million with a friendly amendment from Vice Chair to include the means and the cap.
Which means and which cap?
So the cap in option 1 is the 1,670.
So that's the cap?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I did not accept the amendment, but the chairman did, even though he's not the one who made the motion. So you're recommending number 1 instead of any of the other ones, even though we are presented with 1, 2, and 3?
So, Madam Commissioner, because the department is charged with requesting approval for the budget as it is structured, we certainly are doing that with option 1. As you can see in option 2, we have already considered the actions of the board from this year and have requested an enhancement of 1.5 million through the budget process, which of course would not be approved until January. But today, our recommendation is to present for approval or recommend for approval the contract as it's currently written.
And the contract as it is currently written is specifically for the 3.1 plus million dollars.
Yes, ma'am.
Without a cap.
Yes. And the only reason we included the cap is to ensure that the department could manage within the 3.1 million. But as we did later in the fourth quarter of this year, with no cap, we simply presented to the board what our utilization was and an option to add additional resources to the program.
So currently, what is the ridership? Where does it fall in this cap?
It is between 1 and 2. It's approximately
2,061 as of October, and then the recent invoice is 2,068.
So it's closer to number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
So why would we go backwards? Why would we decrease when we know that the current ridership is higher and that our seniors need this? That doesn't make sense. And no, I do not accept the amendment, friendly or not, because that's not friendly to our seniors. You're going to cut out people who are already riding. It's a higher number. And yes, this could be a detriment to a senior. They use this for everything, for going to the doctor and everything. It could mean a senior's life. They could miss a doctor's appointment, which could be very important to their health. So why would we go backwards? So no, I do not accept the amendment. Unless that amendment is going to include who's already riding. I'm not going to cut seniors out.
Dr. Rochelle, what do you want to do?
So
This is not complicated. What do you want to do?
we can, if we move forward, the contract does expire in December. We can move forward with the 3.1 million as it's presented here for board consideration. We can include the means test. We can include some of the recommendations or the feedback that we received from the board here today to flesh out that policy and bring that back for approval, to include things like, do we want to include ineligibility and things of that nature. We can bring back to the board a request for additional resources if needed, which we would need based on our projections, if that's the will of the board, and not impose the cap.
All right, is that acceptable? All right. Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I heard someone say that there is an average of 8 trips
Yes,
per
sir.
month.
Yes.
So an average of 8 trips per month, and that's 8 one-way trips?
Yes.
Or 8. So the reason you got the 16 is because you're doubling
Round trip.
that 8.
Yes, sir. And Commissioner Arrington, the projections that we have provided and the funding that has been used by our ridership is based on that average. So as Commissioner Barrett was asking, if we reduced the number of trips, would we see any significant change in our ability to serve more constituents? We don't think so, simply because all of the projections as far as what we project to spend is based on that 8 or so ridership now. Not every single rider of the 2,000 riders is using only 8 trips, but that is the average. So they do all have access to 16.
And is there any way that, do they offer round trips?
Yes, sir.
Are round trips?
It's
Less?
16 trips. No, sir. It's whatever right now, the $1 cost share is $1 to go and $1 to come back if you choose a round trip. So if we move to the means test using the federal poverty guidelines and impose that, we would have some riders paying $1 and some riders paying all the way up to $5 per trip. So some riders, based on their income, would pay 10 for a round trip, and some would pay 2.
So I like the means testing, but I don't like the reduce and cap. You know, and I wonder what it would look like if it were 10 one-way trips per month instead of 16, or 12 instead of 16, and what type of room there. But I agree, I wouldn't want to cap the ridership at 16 to 16, 17. So
We can, Commissioner Arrington, we can certainly run the analysis on your suggestion and Commissioner Barrett's suggestion to reduce the number of trips to see what the impact would be on the budget.
All right, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is, right now, there's a motion to approve, and I guess I'm going back to the question that Commissioner Hall asked. I'm unclear as to what we're being asked to approve. Or what was your motion, Commissioner Hall? Let me ask you.
To approve the current contract at the $3.1+ million. I had no earthly idea that we were trying to reduce the ridership below what it already is. So no, I was not making a motion for that at all.
So is it is your motion to approve the contract at 3.1 and maybe allow for the means testing, but not the reducing the cap?
Absolutely for the means testing, yes, but not reducing the ridership.
And so the means testing basically is that sliding scale of people maybe having to pay up to $5.
Yes, sir.
Which creates more room for other people.
We anticipate a savings to the program by increasing the cost of the cost share over time. So yes, the means test would allow us to save additional dollars within the budget because all of the means test funding goes to the contractor to reduce the cost to the county. So having more resources from means testing would help us ultimately serve more constituents. If we also include a means test that has an ineligibility component, then that would also help control utilization.
Ineligibility for whom?
So we can, the way we presented the means test today, we have the categories based on income. What we didn't say is that if you are over 247% of poverty, that you are ineligible. So if the board would like us to move forward in that direction, we certainly can, or we can leave it as we presented it today, which is you have various levels based on income, and those constituents, regardless of what their income goes up to after 247% of poverty, would pay $5. So everyone would be eligible, basically, for the program based on age, based on living in Fulton County. Everyone would have a different cost share, however, based on income.
All right, yeah, I'm not sure about that ineligibility, but maybe that makes sense. Okay, so I'm fine with the means test. I would like to maybe get some additional follow-up on, what reducing the 10 or 12 trips per month. I mean, I don't know how many times let's say somebody goes grocery shopping once a week, that's 4 times, and maybe
Yes.
they've got, doctor's appointments, maybe another 4 times. Maybe that's what gets us to the 8 and the 16.
Yes, sir. It certainly varies.
Yeah, so, but I'm fine with the means testing. I just want to make sure that we are giving you all clear direction as to what we are approving, and frankly, make sure that we understand what we are approving.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Ellis? Vice Chair Ellis?
Yeah, I'm fine with the means test approach, and then not doing the cap per se right now, but having you come back with recommendations. I'm not okay with, doing the ineligibility piece. I think if you're gonna do that, I mean, look, you want to have accessibility for people regardless of their income, and this is a service to help people kind of manage that who may not be able to manage it otherwise. I think if you were going to consider something, just have a separate tier, right?
Okay.
For people with a higher income level versus making them purely ineligible, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe we're clear. The direction that the department would move if the board approves the $3.1 million contract today, we would implement the program as it currently stands with no cap. We would impose the means test based on income only. There would be no ineligibility provision. And at such time we are projected to exhaust all of our funds, we will come back to the board for a review at that time.
All right. Commissioner Thorne, Mr. Adams, you will be eligible now.
Mr. Chairman, the other amendment to my comments and reflection regarding what your direction is will also run the analysis on a trip reduction to see if that makes any provides any significant savings. But we will not implement that.
Yes, and I would also like to see the analysis on the ineligibility as well.
Yes, sir.
Before we get to that point where we're about to run out, right? I'd like to see that and the other analysis sooner than later.
Yes, sir. And, Mr. Chairman, for a point of clarification, is the board supportive of grandfathering in all existing constituents and imposing the means test on new applicants?
Is that a yes?
I mean, I think you do it universally. Me personally, I just think you do it universally.
So you would like for us to run the means test on the 2,000 constituents?
How long do you think it's going to take y'all to implement means testing? Because I imagine that's something that can't be done overnight and probably won't start till January.
It wouldn't start until January, but it would be relatively easy if we're only implementing it for new riders. If we need to go back and ask the 2,000 constituents that are currently receiving services for their income and run the means test on all of them, then yes, that would take a significant amount of time.
Can we, and it will really be assessing everyone registered. And I didn't have that in the slide, but we have about 5,000 or so registered. Remember the presentation from May? And so we're just presenting the number of seniors that actually ride and schedule trips. So the time for assessment for all of those individuals will take a significant amount of time.
So how do they register for the program? Do they call, or is this like something that's done online?
They call. Everything starts with our start line, 404-613-6000.
And you're saying you think it'll take 8 months to do that
assess
assessment?
5,000?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
When I crunch the numbers, yes, the time it takes to walk them through getting the information, determining how we're going to prove the income, seniors who would have to mail it in. We've got to work with legal first before we even implement this to make sure that all of our ducks are in a row and that we establish a protocol with county leadership, with Dr. Rochelle's guidance. So it will take some time to make sure we have a solid program to implement the means test and then begin testing.
Okay, I don't know, maybe it's easier to do it just on the new ones then, I don't know. If it's gonna take 8 months, that'll be the end of next year. I was hoping it was something online or, even through the phone call that if you call, okay, what's your income? But obviously you can't verify it that quickly, so.
Yes, sir.
And that depends on the number of staffing that will support the means testing. So that's, we're looking at the current structure, personnel, structure and transportation. So if we add, then we could reduce that number, that length of time, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm accepted of the means test. I think it's great. Thank you for the work you guys have done in trying to reel in these expenses. Maybe it's something we can start collecting that data. I don't know as they apply for other senior services, if they use our senior center, if we can start collecting it, and then maybe have a goal of even the grandfathered ones at a certain date, will you be able to turn them over? Would that be a possibility?
We don't, this would be the only means-tested program.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. It seems like in our senior centers that it'd be good to have a means testing, you know, to see the type of demographics that we're serving anyway, so that we can see if we need to assist these people that are below that poverty level in other ways.
So, Commissioner, we don't means test in the senior centers, but we do provide access to benefits on a regular basis. So the senior services team has individuals from all sorts of nonprofit and other state agencies come to the senior centers to apply for SNAP benefits and other benefits. So we do provide access for seniors that need it. We just don't means test every single senior. So one thing that we could do, perhaps what we could do, is flesh out the entire means test, let the board understand what the policy would be. We could do things like ask questions, are you eligible, are you receiving SNAP? That would automatically qualify you for one of the tiers in the means test. So we could implement the program as it currently operates, work towards a means testing program, not impose a ridership, run the analysis that has been requested, and bring the means testing program back to the board so that we're clear that we're supported with the total policy for that program. So 3.1 million, if we run the program as we did in 2023, we have several months ahead of us to work through this. So it's not like there would be any immediate implications for the riders that we currently have. So if the board does approve the 3.1 million as presented, along with a means test to be determined when to be implemented, I think that we can get there.
I don't know what the deal is with the microphone. It doesn't like me today. Just for clarification, on the senior ride program, there's limitations like the hours and the types of eligible trips. Could you outline those?
For the common courtesy contract, that is 100% demand response. So that is the type of service: community trip, trip to the pharmacy, trip to the doctor's office. So our definition for trip type and service type is demand response for Uber Lyft.
So they could take it anywhere, basically.
There is a mileage threshold as well for community trips and for medical trips, but yes.
And does it operate during certain hours, or is it 24 hours?
Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5. You're welcome.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't want to belabor the point. I think, Dr. Rochelle, you just said what I'm comfortable with. As far as the grandfathering, you're going to come back with more information. Only reason I'm hesitant about the grandfathering, I don't know what the unintended consequences of before or against would be. And so until I'm clear on what it would be, I would not be comfortable with that. But with the means and the no cap and the 3.1, I would be able to support that. Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Barrett. Okay, Commissioner Natalie Hall.
I'm glad you mentioned the Star Line because I have received so many complaints about the Star Line and the seniors not being able to get through to that number. And so I'm questioning, how is it set up? Is there literally a group of people that answer the phone, like a call center, or what is happening? Because I went to the SCLC Women's and the union had a huge senior holiday party. There were over 1,000 seniors there, and just about every single one that stopped me complained about that star line, in addition to the fact that many of them are now being told that if you choose Uber and Lyft, you cannot choose any other transportation. If you choose Transdev, you cannot choose Uber and Lyft. They're being told that they have to select one or the other. So, and I did bring that to the attention of Dr. Rochelle and our county manager. So, and I know you worked on that. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am. Right now, the way the policy for trip provision is that once you register, you are able to switch the type of transportation once during the year. And the reason that we do that is so that we don't have one constituent who is registered in two programs when we're having an issue with utilization. So we just try to manage that in that way, but they are able to switch the service.
All right. And then thank you
The
for
star
that.
line.
Yes.
So, Ladisa and Quayle can certainly chime in here. So a couple of things impact the star line. One, I believe we have five employees. It is a call center set up. These calls on average, I would say, take anywhere from average probably 20 minutes, could go even longer because they're assessing a situation. With the number of seniors in Fulton County and the popularity of the star line, when the constituent is unable to reach someone, they're on the phone with another constituent talking through their situation. It's an assessment. And so it rolls over to a telephone voicemail, and then all of those staff will then return the calls for the seniors. So it's just been an issue of trying to manage the volume with the number of staff that are there because of the popularity and because of the complexity. We have calls from other states where the child or the loved one lives in another state, their loved one lives here. And so they're pretty complex. It's normally not just what's the number to a senior center. It's a situation that requires an assessment. And so the amount of time that each of these staff are on the phone is significant. And that is why, in many cases, you may not get a live person on the very first call, but they are 5 live people that answer the phone.
And they're calling people back. They
Yes.
need to leave a message, though, so
Yes,
that they can
ma'am.
get that
That's
call
right.
back.
And I know they get, the seniors get frustrated with needing to leave a message or the fact that the phones are tied up for significant time. But the staff do a really good job of calling back and providing that same care, time, and attention to that senior when it's their turn.
Good. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Arrington.
I'm listening to this process of the star line. Is there an alternate online method available?
We certainly could create that. We do have our Fulton Cares app and some other web-based access points. The feedback that we get from most of our seniors is they want to talk to someone, but we certainly can direct them to that as an option.
Because I just wonder if that may, cut out 20 or 30% of those calls and
Yes, sir.
callbacks, which would free up more time. And then to Commissioner Thorne's point, it might also help us create a database, a master database of our seniors, so then we could be in a position where we wouldn't have to take 8 months to do an assessment. We could just go through the database and know who qualifies and who doesn't.
Yes, sir.
And so I think we could likely use technology to our benefit to make the process more efficient. And so hopefully we can look into that as well.
So the department does use a database. We just don't collect income because it's not required for any of the other programs. When a senior registers for a program, we use web-based system to enter that information, because we also use that to request reimbursement for our grants. And so we do have to actually have information in a database. What we don't have is the income information that would be required for the means test.
So for small home repairs, you don't have to, there's no income?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, I'll leave it there, but I think it would be great for us to look at maybe trying to find a way to make that more efficient, creating a master database of seniors, so that we can make that information readily available. And then, I mean, it would seem to me that we could make an announcement or let everyone know that they need to re-register by April. I can't imagine it would take 8 months to do that. Hey, we're setting the April 1st deadline. If you want to still use this service, you need to re-register and give us your information, right? And
Yes, sir.
and that, I mean, 8 months. That, I mean, good God, there has to be a more efficient way to set a deadline and to still service everyone and still allow everyone the time to re-register. And I would imagine that an April 1st deadline would allow enough time for that to happen.
So we certainly could look at how we could make the process more efficient. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis?
Yeah, real quick, I like that part about setting a deadline, so I think that's one approach. And I think the other thing to consider is if you get into, the means testing stuff and it becomes too difficult to administer, you just consider going to a flat rate across the board, for everybody, and maybe it's somewhere in the middle of that, if that's what a lot of other jurisdictions do. I don't think that's probably that uncommon in this area. So I guess that's another alternative to explore, is if you get into the study of it and it looks like, hey, this is going to cost more to administer than the practicality of it. So
Yes,
I'll leave
sir.
it at that.
Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? Nothing.
I like that idea. Maybe it goes from $1 to $2.50 for everybody, and then that still is another way to create more without rocking the boat.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 230909, request approval to renew an existing contract in amount not, in the amount of $6,780,913.83 with Transdev to provide transportation services for senior services and behavioral health programs.
All right, Dr. Rochelle, you want to start us off?
So, Mr. Chairman, this service is a part of the presentation that we just provided. This program provides the bus transportation to seniors going to different activities in the community, but more importantly to our neighborhood senior centers, adult day, and our multipurpose facilities, as well as our developmental disabilities training centers. We do not have a utilization or any concern with overspending on this contract. So we don't have any recommendations for adjusting it in any way today.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
What is the split between the number of users that use the bus service versus the number of users that use rideshare?
There are about 906 unduplicated Transdev riders total for this year. And consider the 2,061 that just used Uber Lyft in November. So the split is more seniors use Uber Lyft than they do the Transdev service.
That's an interesting dichotomy. We're spending twice as much for the service that's used twice as less. We're spending $6 million for 900 people, and we're spending $3 million for 2,000 people. Let that sit for a moment. We're spending twice as much for half as many people. it might be better to go to all rideshare.
Yes, sir. The way we ended up with adding Uber Lyft as another option, which is leading toward outpacing the cost of Transdev, is just what you said, the cost of that program. What we did is we had a period of time that we shifted as many riders as possible to the Uber Lyft program, but we do have a group of constituents that are unable to use Uber Lyft, namely the adult day, the behavioral health and developmental disabilities clients, our clients that are going to dialysis. And so as we ran the analysis, we were unable to shift every constituent to Uber Lyft, and so we needed to maintain the Transdev service so that we could serve what is much more of a unique population with special needs.
I mean, I think certainly the special needs people that might need special transportation, it makes sense. But I'm just looking at the, this trip cost of what, $19 to $20 per person on Uber Lyft?
Yes, sir, one way.
So that's basically $20, so about $40 per person for a round trip.
On average, and it does fluctuate based on peak times of the day and things of that nature. But yes, sir, that's correct.
And so that means about $80 per trip for those. And so are the only one, are all 900 special needs?
No.
Do we know the percentage of the 900 that are special needs?
We can certainly give you the breakdown of the developmental disabilities, dialysis, and the adult day. The other riders are community riders who, as with Uber Lyft, grocery store, medical appointments, pharmacy, things of that nature, and attending our neighborhood senior centers, which is a vital connection for many of those seniors. They're a bit more frail than the seniors who are in multipurpose. And then the other component of that ridership are those that go to the multipurpose facilities. But we can give you the analysis of what that breakdown of ridership by those service types.
Thank you.
And the majority of neighborhood senior center participants do heavily rely on the bus service to get to and from the centers.
Thank you. That would make me ask, though, what if it's only 900 people and you're saying that's the majority of the people that use it? So then I want to know what's the number of people going to the neighborhood senior centers, because it's only 900 people that we're talking about.
We certainly can provide the performance data on the neighborhood senior centers. We certainly saw a decline post-COVID. Our vendors have been working to reestablish the connection with seniors in the community for the neighborhood senior centers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdu-Rahman, good question, Commissioner.
Dr. Rochelle, is it true that this is our most vulnerable population that we're talking about?
For Transdev?
Yes, when we're talking about the 900, are these not individuals that are going to dialysis? The individuals may need additional, I don't want to say special handling, but I just can't articulate what I'm feeling right now. So I'm trying to choose my words carefully.
Most of them they use Transdev because for a variety of reasons. We have a bus monitor
Exactly.
on Transdev, and so that's important for many of the constituents that ride. We also have the chair lift, things of that
Exactly.
nature.
These are not particularly people just standing there waiting to be picked up and get on. These are some individuals that may need some type of assistance.
The majority of them do, but we do provide the service for any constituent.
Okay, I just want to be crystal clear what we're having a debate or conversation about. And with all due respect, if we're talking about a group of individuals that would not have this service probably if Fulton County did not provide it. To me, that is more detrimental. And so let's be objective when it comes to the dollars and what we're spending, because we're talking about a more vulnerable population, a population that probably has to have bus monitors or an additional help in getting on, off, into their destination. And so let's here again, with all due respect, dollars and cents. I don't want to talk dollars and cents when it comes to people who, if Fulton County did not have this, more than likely, they would not get the services that they need. And so here again, I want to be crystal clear where I am on this. Fulton County is the leader when it comes to individuals needing to get out, needing that special accompaniment or whatever it is in order to get back and forth. And so I understand there is a dollar amount to everything that we do. However, the less of these, please understand that's what we're talking about, colleagues. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, I mean, this, I was going to say a lot of what Commissioner Arrington had said, that, you know, this, what I wouldn't, let me dial this back. This is, to me, the issues here are separate from the other one, right? I mean, this is, you know, this is something that we need to do. We get a lot of grant money for this, right? More so than we did get for the common courtesy stuff, correct?
Yes, sir. At one point, the Aging Services Grant did provide certain money for our Uber Lyft. They discontinued that. So the grant is primarily now only for Transdev, or it is only for Transdev.
So part of that, it does go to kind of what Commissioner Abdul-Rahman is saying is this program, while everybody's technically eligible, really what it was set up for was to get at folks who were particularly vulnerable, you know, who did need special assistance with transportation, right? So I would caution us to try to do too much to try to force on that issue. And we did go through that whole process of seeing who was eligible for either and who could fit for common courtesy, because there are plenty of people who that would not be a good model for them to be taking their trips on. So what portion of this is roughly grant funded right now of this particular contract?
About 1.4 million is grant funded.
And that includes the state money we get from?
That includes the State Older Americans Act funding and the Department of Human Services funding.
And that includes ARC. We get some money from ARC too, right? Don't we get some money from the Atlanta Regional Commission?
Atlanta Regional Commission is yes, that's the Older Americans Act.
Gotcha,
funding,
okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Federal and state.
All right.
All right. Other comments or questions? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays, unanimously with Commissioner Arrington. Item moved up by Vice Chairman Ellis on page 18, bottom of page 18, 230967. Request approval of a resolution to redirect funds from the budget of the Magistrate Court to the Superior Court to seek expedited legislation to expand the role of judicial officers in providing support to the Fulton County Superior Court, to seek expedited legislation to provide the Chief Magistrate Judge of Fulton County be appointed rather than elected, and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioners Barrett and Ellis.
All right, Commissioner Arrington, followed by Vice Chair Ellis.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna do a motion to divide. This is like at least 3 or 4 different issues, and so I'm calling for division.
No motion, you can ask for division.
Yeah, division of all of these separate issues.
Okay. So what's first?
Well, it looks like there's a The first one is approval of a resolution to redirect funds from the budget of the magistrate court to the superior court. It looks like the second division is to seek expedited legislation to expand the role of judicial officers in providing support to the Fulton County Superior Court. And then it looks like a third is to seek expedited legislation to provide that the chief magistrate judge of Fulton County be appointed rather than elected.
Okay, let's take, those are the three items that are contained in this legislation. Request has been made for division, which the commissioners can make that request, does not require a vote. Let's take the first one first. Repeat the first one, Madam Clerk.
Request
And let's
approval,
limit our comments to this first one.
request approval of a resolution to redirect funds from the budget of the magistrate court to the superior court.
All right, Commissioner Arrington, you still want to?
Yes. It is a sad day in Fulton County. And I'm gonna lay the blame at my feet and our feet. The magistrate court has been asking, literally begging for additional funding and additional staff and additional resources for at least 5 years. We have paid for at least one, if not two, mediations. Some tried to make this out as if it were a personality conflict between two people. I don't think it has anything to do with personality. This is frankly a lack of resources issue. The judges of the state court and the superior court both have staffs of 4 or 5 people each. The magistrate court judges don't have any staff. And some will say, oh, well, those are non-complex cases. But the volume of the cases that they have, even if the cases themselves are non-complex, the volume of the cases and the paperwork that is required for those cases would seem to mandate that they would have the same staff as other judges. And so it's also a failure of this commission for not adopting the recommended millage rate. Because if we had the recommended millage rate, we probably could provide the bodies that are needed. And so I'm not going to be able to support this because, number one, the language that's included in the resolution I don't agree with. I don't believe any of it is true. In fact, I know some of it is untrue based upon my experience in being here and serving as a practicing lawyer in Fulton County for the last 27 years. This is a lack of resources. Someone comes down and begs for additional staff for 5 years. And at one point, we actually gave an extra 19 people. When the magistrate court clerk function went from state court to superior court, pursuant to the appointment by the chief magistrate of Ms. Robinson as the clerk of superior court, as the clerk for magistrate court, there were 39 positions that were transferred that were previously been dedicated to the magistrate court. And then I believe a year later, we allocated an additional 19 staff members for magistrate court. That's a total of 58 positions. And yet, when there was this dispute over staff and people, no one wanted to provide any additional resources to the magistrate court. a court that handles more cases than the other two courts combined. More cases than the other two courts combined. And so I'm not going to be able to support it. The language in the document, again, is just inflammatory and inaccurate. The other thing we have to consider is that we're potentially setting ourselves up by doing this to having to pay two people. I mean, these magistrates are on 4-year terms. So we're gonna have magistrates, and we're gonna be paying for magistrates and judicial officers at the same time. Because just because you go hire some judicial officers doesn't mean you don't have a 4-year contract with these magistrates over here. We received previously, in years past, all of the data from the magistrate court and why this stuff was necessary. Frankly, this is retaliation. This is retaliation against our chief magistrate because she decided to appoint a clerk, as she is allowed to do by law. There is a specific law that allows the chief magistrate to appoint the clerk of magistrate court. It is the only law that exists. She is the only person that can appoint a magistrate, a clerk of magistrate court. There is a law that allows a superior court clerk to appoint a successor as superior court clerk. That law does not say that a superior court clerk can appoint a magistrate court clerk. In fact, there is no law in the state of Georgia or the United States of America that allows a superior court clerk to appoint the magistrate court clerk. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. Now, arguably, when a superior court clerk appoints a successor, arguably you could say that that person may take over the roles and duties of that former clerk that they are succeeding. But that doesn't mean that that person can be called the clerk of magistrate court. That might mean that they're assuming those duties, but only the chief magistrate has the authority and the ability to appoint a clerk of magistrate court. That is the law. It is plain and it is simple. Not anyone here could cite to you anything that says a superior court clerk has the authority to appoint the clerk of the magistrate court. No one can cite any law, rule, or case that authorizes such. It doesn't exist. But there is a law that allows the chief magistrate to appoint the clerk of the magistrate court. And so this is an attempt, or this is an act of retaliation against our chief magistrate for doing what she is allowed to do under the law. And it is a shame that we are doing that, or that there are people that are doing that instead of giving her the resources and the people that she's been asking and begging for for the last 5 years.
All right, it's a reminder now, the issue before us now, the first of the three, is to redirect the funds from the magistrate court to Superior Court. Vice Chair Ellis, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I understand that you request we speak on one issue at a time, but I think they're so interwoven, it's going to be hard to kind of do that. So, you know, I'm going to.
Not really.
No, they they all kind of go together. And I think particularly, you know, the first three of them sort of go to, I mean, two of the three particularly go together. So, you know, this is a sad day, and this board shouldn't take any responsibility whatsoever for why we're up here talking about this today. This is something that's been plain and simple, a distraction that's been created by the decisions of one individual and the way that they've chosen to conduct themselves. So this action's not been hastily put together or developed, but instead it's been well earned by the behaviors of, unfortunately, you know, our chief magistrate judge. And her inability to work with others in the judicial system and the complaints that we've had. None of us were seeking out this issue, but it's come from the multiple complaints we've had from different people in the judicial system, including memos and so forth that we received from our chief judge of the Superior Court, other appointed court officials, citizens whose lives have been impacted by the actions or inactions of this particular court. Fact, this court has received additional resources, in fact, significant additional resources, to the tune of, over the past several years, you know, we've increased specifically the magistrate court's budget 73% since 2019. 73%, that's a fact. Allocated personal resources are up 44%, fact. Civil case disposals, you'd think that they would be up, but they're on target to be 7.5% less than they were in 2019, okay? You know, so we have an infrastructure that's in place that the magistrate court can choose to operate within and be efficient within. And there have been moments in time where there's evidence that that works. But apparently she's chosen to slow it down by cutting down on court-appointed slots, et cetera. Her funding has been there. As respects the actual clerk itself, let me read something from that we've received from our county attorney. In the resolution that's here, it speaks to really four different issues. In the first issue, it speaks to, is this issue of the clerk and who handles the clerk responsibilities. This board took action in 2016 via Resolution 160263 to appoint the clerk of Superior Court to serve as the clerk of Magistrate Court. That function was previously part of the state court. This was done at the request, ironically, of Judge Kirk. Okay, so that's where it rested. It's not with the individual, but with that particular office. The fact that there's a new party in that office doesn't mean a hill of beans. She's still the clerk of that. So this order the so-called order that Judge Kirk is supposedly pushing out there is moot, is irrelevant, and a distraction. And it's impractical to say you're going to unwind whatever it is, 40, 50 people, and move them over somewhere else. All that's impractical. And the back and forth of that, you want to talk about something that's a personality conflict, it appears that that's where the personality conflict lies, in their inability to not get along with other people. All right, so there is legislative, you know, precedence for us to do what we did. We put the clerk, you know, we assigned those clerk responsibilities to the clerk of Superior Court. That's where they rest, that's where they lie. This order is moot. The resolution speaks to that. Second, we received a letter from, a memorandum from our chief judge of the Superior Court. And the second two items sort of deal with this particular issue, both the transfer of funds for the equivalent of 3 full-time magistrate judges to the Superior Court so they can handle these Superior Court non-complex cases, and also ask for expedited legislation relative to judicial officers. And I'm going to read it to the public so they have it, so they understand This isn't us up here making this up. This is the Chief Judge of the Superior Court, who is a superior, officer in terms of the judicial pecking order, and the Chief Judge of the Magistrate Court. And this thing comes from not only him, it comes from the vote of his entirety of his Superior Court elected judges, who are all elected, okay? As a bench, we have unanimously, let that sink in, voted to respectfully ask you to redirect funds from Magistrate Court to Superior Court and to support expedited legislation to expand the role of judicial officers in providing support to the Fulton County Superior Court. We take no position on any legislation that seeks to change the elected status of the Chief Magistrate Judge. I wanted to send a quick note dispelling a possible misconception. Superior Court is no longer in discussions with Magistrate Court about renewing and extending the judicial support Magistrate Court has provided our court over the last decade or so. After recently receiving word from the Chief Magistrate that critical support might be cut off or drastically reduced, I did have several conversations with the Chief Magistrate about ways to possibly salvage the program. However, those meetings left me and my colleagues unpersuaded that Superior Court could reasonably rely on continued support from the Magistrate Court, and that it would be the wiser, sounder, and more dependable option to pursue funding for our own independent judicial officers to preside over preliminary hearings and our non-complex division. Our colleagues in state court charted such a court several years ago, and it has served them well. We hope, with your support, to do the same. So the first of the two items that are requested here, one, the first piece is just reasserts, like I said about the clerk of Superior Court, serves as a clerk of Magistrate Court, into discussion. The second two have to do with the specific requests that were made to us by the Chief Judge of the Superior Court, which I just read and we've all received memos on. The fourth is on the elected piece. I'll stop talking. I won't go into that particular discussion. We have separate discussion on that, but I did think the other three were relevant.
All right. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair Ellis, for giving such a thorough breakdown of how we ended up in this position. I don't have a lot to add. I just want to reiterate the fact that this was in response to the memo we received, the original memo we received from Chief Judge Glanville that's dated December 12th, in which he conveys that the Chief Magistrate announced in front of witnesses that support would be eliminated or reduced significantly for preliminary hearings and non-complex division cases, and asking specifically for the funding for three justices be moved to his budget, and again, that legislative change that Vice Chair Ellis laid out. But I also want to share the consequences that Chief Judge Glanville shared with us if the Chief Magistrate were to eliminate or reduce those services significantly, and they were not picked up with that additional funding by Superior Court. What he said was, and this is directly from his letter, 3 things will flow from this unwelcome change if some other source of judicial assistance is not found. First, the non-complex division will be shut down. It cannot function properly without 2 judicial officers. Second, criminal cases will move much more slowly as each Superior Court judge's docket will be 50, 60, 70% more congested. Third, the jail population will grow. The jail population will grow, reversing the current positive downward trend as slower case processing results in longer waits for dispositions. We have made great strides in reducing the jail population in particular over the last month and a half, 2 months. Judge Glanville is specifically saying the actions announced by the Chief Magistrate will cause the jail population to grow. This memo was the impetus for Vice Chair Ellis and I to take action. The issues about the clerk and not the clerk are secondary by far, if not tertiary, or really not relevant to this, especially this divided now issue that we're talking about. We're talking about responding to an entire bench of elected Superior Court judges who have asked this funding to be moved to them so that these services are not significantly reduced or eliminated by the magistrate judge, thereby causing the jail population to grow. That's what we're trying to achieve with this, and I agree with Vice Chair Ellis that we could have taken the first two together because both of the first two parts of the resolution we put forward are directly in response to the entire bench of the Superior Court, and I think it speaks for itself. So that's all I have right now.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
You know, I have received so many calls, many emails. I have actually been in stores and people have stopped me with this issue. As much as we want to take this separately, we've got an issue here, and let me deal with the bigger issue. The bigger issue is the lack of an understanding, whether it was something that lapsed and we didn't get on top of it. When I say we, I mean this body. I do not mean me. And it has made it a very sad situation in that the relationship is damaged. I can promise you, some things I agree with Judge Kirk on, some things I don't. But just as sure as my braids are blonde and I love snacks, she not going nowhere. Judge Kirk is not going anywhere. And so it would behoove us as this body to find a solution. We can point fingers all day long as to how we got here. However, who is going to come with the solution? I don't have a dog in this fight. But when you're talking about actions that affect another court, I have to look at that separately from the personality. I have to look at that separately for the call for resignation. I have to look at that differently. And like I said to Judge Glanville, my phone has rung on this issue, and this issue has become bigger than it should be. It has become convoluted because individuals have been irresponsible with their responses. Now, whoever you want to say those individuals are, I will leave that to your imagination, but I don't want to get in the fray with anybody. What I want to do is find out if, in fact, I support the funding to go to Judge Glanville, what they need over there. Does that mean I'm supposed to be punitive to Judge Kirk? Does that mean I'm not supposed to listen to any cries that she has for budget concerns? Does that mean that we are supposed to not look at our duty of trying to make things better for the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County? Because I promise you, there's a chance we may end up in court about this. And it should not rise to this occasion. Now, I may be alone on an island saying that, but guess what? I've been alone before. So it doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that I'm having to answer questions dealing with race when this should not be an issue about race. I'm not even saying that it's an issue about race. But perception becomes reality in our community when we are not prudent in our responses. This is an elected judge that has supporters in the community. And to call for her resignation cause unintended consequences and problems that we should not be dealing with. We should be looking for answers. So I'm going to go on record asking the county manager, I don't want to put you, or maybe I should do it to Sharon. I'm going to put Sharon on the hot seat. But y'all been on the hot seat before. If in fact, the way this is written, if we in fact pass this today, does that mean that we cannot look at any funding of anything with the magistrate court of what Judge Kirk may need?
Commissioner Abdur, if I understand your question, if the board passes this resolution today, it would direct us to move the requisite funding from the magistrate's office budget to Superior Court. Because the board has not acted on the budget in its final form, I do not think it would preclude the board from taking some subsequent action for funding for the magistrate court or the Superior Court.
That's what I needed to hear. My position on this is that we do what we need to do, and Chairman, I feel you looking at me, but I'm gonna say it anyway. We do what we need to do for this situation with Judge Glanville to be put to rest. And we some kind of way open up the lines of communication with an elected judge, whether you like her or not, whether you think she's not doing her duty or whatever, is not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is this body must get past this. And so I'm asking, I will support what we need for Judge Glanville. I will not support turning this into an appointed position because I believe that gives us a precedent that we should not have. I believe the voters of Fulton County are smart enough and they have a duty to vote their mind up or down. So I'm going to support this with the understanding in this public forum that because we have not finalized the budget, that we are open to a conversation with Judge Kirk of what we're taking away. But right now, I have to do what I need to do, and that is the support. I don't like being put against one judicial partner against another. I think that when we begin to take that posture, we start abdicating our duties. This is my personal opinion. And so what I would ask, do what we need to do for Judge Glanville and the Superior Court. Keep the door open for actual what Judge Kirk may need, and I can support that. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, again, the issue before us now, whether or not to direct the funds from Magistrate Court to Superior Court. Commissioner Thorne.
One thing that was kind of mentioned by Commissioner Ellis, that we've increased the spending 73% since 2019. And I remember, I wasn't a commissioner then, but I remember Judge Kirk coming down here asking to retain some positions and looking at her record of case closed and cases open and how well she did in 2020. She had a total number of cases filed, 49,437, cases closed, 49,237. That just left, that was a 99.6% closure rate. And she still has all this money, and so it puzzles me how this year, we're not in COVID, and now she has a 64.45% closure rate. Is it, someone mentioned that it was an intentional, like what, does anybody know what the evidence there is to why she has the 26,000 cases open right now, given the funding that she has right now. Last year, she only had 7,284 open. She had a 90% closure rate. Now she's at a 64. I just see there's a lot of dysfunction in our court system, and it really is frightening to think that our jail population is going to increase more. So if we can take actions to prevent that from happening, to get our all our courts working better and better together, then I would support this. Unless I can get some explanation as to increasing her funding is going to all of a sudden bump up her closure rate. Getting her own clerk is going to up that. It almost seems that it is intentional that her clearance rate isn't as good this year as opposed to last year, and especially when she did so well in 2020.
Commissioner Arrington?
I talked about how sad this was when I first started, and I don't know whether to laugh or cry. It's funny. It's really funny because what is being proposed right now isn't even allowed under the law. They got to go try to seek to get the legislature to pass something to allow these judicial officers to hear it. So they want to transfer the money away from someone who's allowed to hear the cases in the hopes that the legislature will pass something that will allow someone else to hear it, and then hope that the governor will sign it. Do you know how many blocks down the chain that has to go? And they're going to take away money from someone who's actually providing the services now? In hopes of getting the legislature to pass it, in hopes of getting the governor to pass it? When does that happen? They're not even in session. When does that happen? When is the session over? When does the governor sign it? Who hears the cases until then? You take the money away from magistrate court, who's gonna hear the cases until the law passes, until the governor signs it? Who's gonna hear them? It's crazy. This is insanity. Perhaps it might make sense. If the law got passed and the governor signed it, it might make sense to propose this. But to propose taking money away before there is a law that is even passed, to propose taking money away before the governor signs that law, signs that bill into law, it doesn't make any sense. We don't know when that would happen. We don't even know the effective date. That could be June or July before it becomes effective, but we've transferred all the money away. It makes no sense. You don't put the cart before the horse. You put the horse in front of the cart.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was stated that Judge Glanville is in need, and I'd like to know what he's in need of. Anybody? I'm sorry?
I think it's in his memo that he sent to all of us, what he specifically asked, what I just read. It's in the resolution. I mean, so if he's crazy, I guess.
Oh, he asked for this resolution?
He asked for what's in the first two components of this resolution are straight from his memo that he asked us for.
So, I
mean,
don't
if he's
agree-
crazy, go ahead and tell him.
I don't have anything to do with that statement, but anyway, none of the nonsense and childishness. But if Judge Glanville is in need of something, we need to address it. But taking something from one court and giving it to another court is not what we need to do. If Judge Glanville needs something, I'm all for supporting giving him what he needs. But I'm not in support of removing what is needed for another court to do the job that they are doing. So if we could address Judge Glanville's needs separately, then I'm all for that. And you can say what you want, you can word it the way you want to, but this is literally taking from one court and giving it to another, leaving the court that is no longer going to have what they need in a bind. And that's not something that I want to be responsible for. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis.
Okay, first off, just not creating, so this is just moving the responsibilities that one person at party is supposed to be doing with the funding that they have for it to the other court, who will now be taking it over. So if you're taking responsibilities away, it's fair to move money away. That's what life's about. We've overcomplicated this thing. This isn't a personal issue. I think our chief judge has clearly laid it out. So if he's crazy, then you can go tell him that. But I think the wording on these two items are proper, in order, and let's vote on them.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
So I just want to be crystal clear. To seek expedited legislation to provide that the chief magistrate judge of Fulton County to be appointed rather than elected, that is not what we're voting on right now, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to be crystal clear about. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thorne,
I'm going to call the question.
is there a second? All right, I'll second. Let's vote on the call of the question.
Okay, and the vote is open on call the question.
So, Madam Clerk.
Vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, the motion on the floor is actually motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote. Motion is to approve.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
No discussion on this. No discussion.
We have to know what we're approving, because we had division.
No, we're voting on the first one, the first item, redirecting the funds.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you.
And the motion to redirect the fund passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
I'm sorry, for some reason my abstention did not take.
And 1 abstention, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
All right, next item, number 2 in the resolution.
To approve to seek expedited legislation to expand the role of the judicial officers in providing support to the Fulton County Superior Court.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. All right, any discussion? All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays. And to approve to seek expedited legislation to provide that the chief magistrate judge of Fulton County be appointed rather than elected.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Vice Chair Ellis?
No, we can vote on.
No? Comments,
Not a
questions? Any comments? Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Are we able to, are you all open to a hold? I really do need to get some additional information before I vote on this. Are you open to a hold? Yeah, I want to make a motion to hold this.
All right. There's a substitute motion to hold. Is there a second? They're seconded by Commissioner Barrett, all right? Vice Chair, you want to be heard?
Yeah, I'm fine holding the discussion, but I do want to go on record and just say this about this, because there's a lot of misinformation about this. Look, prior to, I think, 2015, this was not an elected role, 2015, 2016?
That's correct, 2015.
Right. So we had this structure of a non-elected magistrate court judge that was appointed by the state court. Bear in mind, all these the state court, those judges, they're all elected, right? So there is representation. It's just, hey, this hasn't worked, right? We had something that worked a whole lot better. This is a train wreck. And, you know, I think we should consider just going back to what we had. It's still managed by elected officials. You know, this wasn't, you know, ironically, this was put forth by, you know, the funny thing, you know, people try to paint this as sort of a racial issue, it was put forth by a white Republican legislator and ran through by the Fulton County delegation who had control at that point in time. So, you know, try to paint this as some sort of race issue is you know, that's a non-starter. This, you know, the concept behind this would be really to say, hey, would this not operate better, you know, under a structure where it sits under the management of state court like it did before? You know, I think we can have further discussion on it. Obviously, legislation takes some time, so, you know, so be it on that. You know, hey, the legislature, they could choose to take this action without our asking for it, you know, as well. So that's what they did in the past. So I'm fine holding it.
All right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it's 137. Next item.
Back on page 14, county manager's items, 230948, presentation of the Fulton County operational report.
Well, wait a minute, I thought there was another one. There was another one that was to be moved up. Several.
Do you want to do that one now, or?
All right, what's your pleasures? 138. We're going to recess now? All right. I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session. We'll take up items of real estate, litigation, and personnel.
And the vote is open.
Hello? Y'all ready? Your vote, all right. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, items from executive session.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. Number one, is there a motion to approve the requests for representation in items 1 and 2 of the executive session agenda?
A motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And regarding item number 5 of the executive session agenda, is there a motion to approve a second extension of the lease agreement with the City of South Fulton for use of the Wolf Creek Amphitheater from January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024, under the same terms as the current agreement?
We have a favorable motion by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
No further action items.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the next item moved up on page 19, Commissioner Thorne's discussion item, 230969, election update.
All right, Commissioner, you have the floor.
Gonna wait for,
Is that Ms. Williams?
yes, to come down. No, we gotta, she was up here. Yeah, in the corner. Should we go to the next item then,
So where would you like to go, Mr. Chair?
All right, let's go to page, let's go on page 14.
Point of order, my item was moved up, and it's open and responsible government item. My 3 items were moved up.
That's correct.
Okay, on page 18, Commissioners' action items, 230964, request approval of a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners directing an external review of the Board of Ethics and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that we need to have an audit of the Board of Ethics and their past decisions for the last 10 years. They have shown a pattern of not following their own rules, of not following Georgia law, the Georgia Constitution, the United States Constitution, the Georgia Open Meetings Act, the Georgian Open Records Act. And so we need to have an audit of their past decisions and procedures to ensure that they have been following the rules, which I know they have not because they don't know how to follow the rules. They make up rules as they go.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second? All right, Commissioner Hall, you have a question?
I have a question about auditing our boards and authorities. Is this something that we regularly do for other boards?
I'm not aware of a regular audit schedule for our boards and authorities.
For none of them?
I'm not personally aware of any audits of a board and authority. It may have been done before my tenure.
Oh, it may have been done before your tenure.
We should note that there's a caveat. The financial audits are done, but not audits of their substantive actions.
Has there ever been a board that did not go by the rule of law and that went against what it's actually supposed to be doing? Has there ever been a report of something like this in the past?
Although I'm sure that most bodies have engaged in some actions that may not be strictly compliant with all of the rules that apply, I don't know of another situation that's analogous to this one.
So as our county attorney, do you agree that this board has done things that do not comply as it relates to what Commissioner Arrington has cited?
This board meaning the Board of Ethics?
That's what this is about, right?
Yes,
964?
I do agree with that. As I've observed, their handling of certain matters, recent matters that have been before them over the past 2 years, there have been instances where they have failed to comply with their own rules.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, next item, Ms. Williams, come on up. What? Okay. Hold on, Ms. Williams, we finish with Commissioner Arrington.
230965, request approval of a resolution to revoke every action taken by the Fulton County Board of Ethics from January 1st, 2014 through December 20th, 2023, and for other purposes.
Commissioner Arrington?
I wanted to do this based upon the results of the audit, but I guess since there was no affirmative action on the audit, I guess I could just hold this action.
All right.
This item.
A motion to hold without objection is held. Next one?
230966, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 2 of the Fulton County Code to disband the Board of Ethics and to replace it with a slate of ethics hearing officers and for other purposes.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I originally proposed, had a different piece of legislation at the last meeting that would have allowed them, the current groups that make recommendations to the Ethics Board, to make new recommendations. The county attorney thought that having hearing officers was a better approach, similar to what we did with the Personnel Board. And so I'm bringing this back for the board's consideration. Again, they have violated the Ethics Code on numerous occasions. They violated the procedures on numerous occasions. They violated the Georgia Open Meetings Act, the Georgia Open Records Act, the Georgia Constitution, and the United States Constitution, including the 5th and 14th Amendments, by denying due process. There is no way that anyone in our county can have any belief that the Ethics Board is operating ethically if they do not follow their own rules. And so as a result, I think they must be disbanded. Further, they have an absolute conflict because of the pending ethics complaint that I filed against them, because of the lawsuit that they filed against me and one of my legal clients, and because of the lawsuit that I had to file against them on this Monday to prevent them from trying to listen to prevent a group of lawyers and a judge from trying to listen to from trying to violate the attorney-client privilege. Imagine that. A group of lawyers, including a former judge, want to violate the attorney-client privilege. They violate the attorney-client privilege today. Somebody's going to violate their attorney-client privilege tomorrow. But either way, this board is absolutely dysfunctional, biased, or incompetent. They cannot follow simple rules. If there's a determination of probable cause, the complaint shall be dismissed, and they shall send notice to the parties. What's difficult about that? How could that not be something simple that could be done by a group of lawyers and a judge? So I hope that we will disband them and remove them. If not, then I'll just have the judge do it.
All right, other comments? All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second? Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard?
I do have a question. So please explain the difference and why you suggested the hearing officers.
They're really practical reasons. First, hearing officers would afford more than one panel so that if there is any kind of conflict with one of the officers, they could recuse themselves and it would go to another officer, whereas having just one Board of Ethics, if there is any conflict of any kind, whether it's created by the board or just something that's in existence given the parties in the case, there is no place for the matter to go. The other was a concern about the fact that these are term positions. And so converting to hearing officers means that the position no longer exists, and therefore you don't need to wait until the end of the term in order to make a transition.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Ellis?
Just a couple other questions for our county attorney. Are there examples of other metro counties that have a hearing officer structure?
There may be, but I'm not aware of any specific county that has it. The Board of Ethics is a creation of the Board of Commissioners, and therefore you could constitute it in any form that you so choose.
But you're not aware of, X, Y, fill in the blank county that has this structure?
No, I am not.
So some I guess, looks like we created, and some Board of Commissioners many years ago created this construct. But other places, has it been created by local legislation?
Is it capped by local legislation? Okay, yeah. Okay, so I believe DeKalb County is an example of a place that's been created by local law.
I'm potentially intrigued by the hearing officer concept. I'd want to see an example of, a metro county that's utilizing that and how it's set up and structured to better understand it. So that's, so I'm not prepared to act on this kind of structure today, but I would be interested in, learning a little bit more about that.
All right, Commissioner Barrett?
I just have a question also. I'm not prepared to support this, given the language and a lot of what's in it, and it is a very dramatic move. But I am concerned that we don't have any way to enforce all of the board's authorities and task forces and such that we've created as a body when they don't follow their own rules and procedures or the rules and procedures that are set forth in their establishing legislation. So I guess my question is, what is the mechanism to force compliance? Because we have a situation where, you and I have spoken about this offline, Sue, and we agree that they have, and you even said it here today, made, procedural and, missteps, and they have, not followed their own rules. And there's certainly allegations of more of that in this, in some of these, one of these three, or all of them, resolutions. And so what do we do if a board that we have isn't following open meetings, open records? And I don't necessarily need you to answer it now, but I think maybe if in the next meeting you could come back with some kind of answer to what the mechanism is in general, because if we don't have it for this board, we likely don't have it for any. And so do we need to be looking at all the enabling legislation and making sure there is recourse?
So we can definitely do a survey of the enabling legislation for all of the boards to let you know what accountability is built into it. I would say that for the boards in which the members serve at the pleasure of this body, that is certainly an enforcement mechanism that's available. It just so happens that with the Board of Ethics, that is not the way that they were established.
So I guess the other question is, if we didn't go down this path of hearing officers, then is there something that could be done to the, to modify the legislation that, that is the rules and procedures for the Board of Ethics, such that there are consequences and there is accountability.
Certainly, we could look at changing the way in which either the members are appointed or build in accountability measures. We'd have to research when that could apply. If it certainly would be prospective, but I'd have to research whether or not it applies after the end of the term of the folks who are in office now. So there would be those details to research, but we can include all that in our report back to the board.
Yeah, and then the only other question I have is, has there been conversation back and forth with the current Board of Ethics in which they have acknowledged the procedural wrongdoings? Have they made any efforts to fix their processes so that this won't happen again?
I am not aware of any acknowledgement of the procedural deficiencies or the failure to follow their own rules in certain state laws.
So they haven't acknowledged that they did not follow the rules?
I will say I have not called them to ask if they will acknowledge it, but I have had some incidental communications with members and their attorney, and I have received no acknowledgements of these incidents.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The answer to your question, Commissioner Barrett, is that they are digging a deeper hole by now lying and trying to cover up the procedural errors that they made, which shows a present intent to deceive. And so that is what really makes it worse. That, you know, it is frankly unbelievable what they have done and what they are doing. This is year 4 of a complaint that should have been dismissed within 6 months pursuant to the rules. The complaint shall be dismissed. Or investigation terminated. So they either should have dismissed the complaint or they should have terminated the investigation. There's no way around that. There's nothing that they can say, and they have no defense. And so, you know, I'm looking forward to having hearing officers. I did want to mention a couple of different things. One of the things that the state bar does is they separate the roles. They separate the investigative role from the judicial role. And the JQC does the same thing. They have officers that investigate the allegations, and then after those officers investigate the allegations, they then turn it over, in the case of the state bar, to a special master. And so we should, Madam County Attorney, look at splitting the investigative role from the judicial role. I think that will help as well. The other thing, there was something else I wanted to say. Separating the roles, the investigative role from the judicial role. I can't think of it at this moment. I'll slip my mind. Hopefully I'll think of it momentarily and get back in queue.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis?
Yeah, I just, the only thing else I just wanted to say is that I think it's worthy certainly of us to have the conversation around the concept of hearing officers versus a board. But I do think we should just all very carefully sort of tread into this, but with an entity which was set up to be an arbiter of complaints which could be levied against us as well. So us taking action to alter the course of this or whatever, you know, we should just proceed with a lot of caution, you know, as we move forward with that, and do it in a way that you know, is responsible. I think we just need to be very cautious as we go down this path. I recognize that there is a lot of frustration related to, you know, some existing matters and the way some of that stuff's been handled. But I also think we need to be very careful about our reaction to that and the pathway forward with it. But I do think that this hearing officers is something that merits some level of consideration, but I do think we need to, it'd be useful to see some other entity that's like us, that's operating under that kind of structure. And to be able to evaluate it and say, yes, this works, and would be a responsible alternative to this. So that's what I'm looking to hear. So.
Commissioner Arrington?
Madam County Attorney, you mentioned the cab as a possible example of another group that might have hearing officers.
No, as an example of a board that was established through local legislation versus board action, Board of Commissioners.
But I don't know that the cab is going to be the best example for you or for anyone to use. Didn't the court demolish that board because of the way that it was structured?
Yes, because there was an unconstitutional delegation of appointment powers to private groups. But I think when I mentioned them, it was in response to the question of, are other boards of ethics created by local legislation?
But why would you give an example of a board that's been dissolved by the court because it was done wrong?
Because it was established by local legislation. I think that was separate from the matter of hearing
But
officers.
before or after the court got rid of it?
Yeah. Commissioner Arrington, my question to her about were these things creation of county government legislation or state legislation, was more to get at the question, would we have the authority to change this versus would some outside entity be required to add? That's why I asked the question.
I mean, I understand that, but I mean, the enabling legislation is a Fulton County legislation. It's our legislation. But I'm trying to understand that, was it created by local law or by the delegation prior to or after the court blew it up? Because I think that would be relevant to knowing whether that was done or not. The court did, in fact, get rid of the DeKalb County Board of Ethics, correct?
Correct.
I'm asking the question more in relation to, can we be the one to alter course on this, or does the state body need to, regardless of whether or not DeKalb handled their issue rightly or wrongly? That's the reason I asked that question. So, and I agree that DeKalb's generally not a good example for DSVs for anything.
Well, I mean, instead of the groups that we have make recommendations to us, and then we make a final determination. In DeKalb, they had the groups making direct. They didn't have to even report back to the board, and so even if that was done by local legislation or by the county, I don't think it's relevant because the court blew it up. They got rid of it because it wasn't operating properly, which is the same thing we need to do here. Additionally, we've been waiting all year, and I hear you saying what you're saying, Commissioner Ellis, about we need to move with caution. I thought that's what we had been doing this whole year when we didn't make those appointments that they were asking for. I thought that's what we were doing now. How long? Do we have to wait 4 more years? Do we have to wait 97 more years before we take action? How long is too long? How long can an ethics complaint stay open after it's supposed to be dismissed? How long? A month? A year? 10 years? This is year 4. And they're filing suits that they don't have the authority nor the standing to file. There's nothing in the code that says that they can file something against one of the parties that they're judging. Imagine any judge in America presiding over a case and filing a lawsuit against one of the parties that they're hearing in the case. You can't file a suit against someone and stand in judgment of them at the same time. You obviously are biased because you're filing a suit against them. The statute does provide for the parties or the board to have subpoenas enforced or quashed by filing with the Superior Court. They can file to enforce or quash subpoenas. That is the only authority that they're given. And if that is done, it is done under the name of the parties, the complainant and the alleged violator. It's not done in the name of the judge versus one of the parties. I have as much time as I goddamn want. Shit. Talking that shit. Look, these people have to go. They need to resign. They are wrong. They have violated every rule possible. They have violated the United States Constitution. They have violated the due process of law. They have violated the Georgia Constitution. They have violated the Open Meetings Act. They have violated the Open Records Act. And they have violated the Fulton County Ethics Code. They are illegal, they are unethical, and they all need to resign immediately.
Commissioner Hall?
I just want to clarify that the county attorney has reviewed this and has provided the input necessary to make sure that it is a responsible piece of legislation.
It is a piece of legislation that this board is authorized to pass if it so chooses.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, Commissioner Thorne? He's gone. All right. All right, the motion on the floor, is she coming? Motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote. You still want to be heard, Commissioner Thorne? No. All right. Madam Clerk?
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 5 nays.
Next item.
Back to page 19, discussion, election update, 230969.
Commissioner Thorne?
I just wanted Nadine to give us an update since she just completed the 2023 election process.
Good afternoon. We're happy to give an update today regarding the December 5th runoff election. We conducted a runoff election for the city of Atlanta, East Point, Roswell, and South Fulton. Advanced voting locations processed over 7,500 voters. Absentee by mail processed over 250 ballots. All our election day sites, we had 111 polling locations that opened on time. We thank the staff and poll workers that processed over 14,400 votes on election day. And our board certified the election on December the 8th. And we'll take any questions at this time.
So thank you for coming down here, and I'm sorry you came down here last time and we couldn't get through and we couldn't hear you. You weren't able to make it for the recap of the normal municipal elections. So I just kind of wanted to review, I'm not going to kill everything because Patrice did a great job of answering a lot of things. But the one problem I do have is with redistricting. You know, we talked about it in January, and I asked what was going to be done to solve the redistricting issues that happened in 2022 May election. And I just wanted to see if you've come up with solutions to fix redistricting errors that you had pop up once again in these municipal elections.
Right, so for redistricting, some cities did do redistricting. We sent them a list, a street maintenance list they were supposed to confirm, and they did. Unfortunately, some of that data was incorrect. So that's where those problems stemmed from for this particular election. But of course, now there is redistricting for 2024. There are maps that we're waiting to get approval in regards to that affects Fulton. We'll be working with GIS in regards to that. Although it's not a municipal election, we're still going to conduct maintenance, street maintenance of all the cities again before 2024. So all those concerns should be addressed.
Okay, great. So should have no redistricting issues in 2024.
That is our goal.
That's great. That's great. Okay, and one quick question on the recount. We had close races in East Point and City of South Fulton, and you decided you took it on to do a recount since those races were so close. And the numbers changed a little. Well, first you lost a box of ballots didn't get scanned, and you had to go back and do another recount. And Patrice said you're going to set up some checks and balances so that wouldn't happen again. And then the second machine, or the final machine count, came up with a little bit bigger differences. So my question is, if the machine count 1 counts them one way, machine count 2 has a little bit differences in it, but you certify machine count 2 versus, or do you know what happened, why the counts were different?
Okay, so for all elections, when you see the results on election night, those are from the memory cards that are uploaded. The reason why we asked for a recount for municipal was because we had margins of victory of 1 vote or 12 votes. And inside of those machines, inside of the scanner, sometimes ballots can be trapped. Sometimes they can be in the emergency bin. There also could be incidents where the poll manager could not scan the ballots at the time, so those have to be scanned in. So that's why the results change. For large elections, it's small, but it's always small. But for municipals, because like I said, the margin of error is so close, it could possibly change the election results. That's why we did the recount, to reconfirm the election results for that. For those elections. We actually had gotten requests from many candidates to do a recount, so we went ahead and honored that. And we would have had to done one anyway, because some of them were within the margin of this. If it's within 0.5%, you have to honor the
Automatically
recount.
triggers a recount,
Yes.
Correct. So you said like ballots could be, so the counts could be different because ballots could be trapped in emergency ballot box bins. Do you know where they were, where those ballots?
We did not
popped
lose
up?
any ballots. What occurred with the recount, there was one box that was omitted from the recount. It was there, it was never lost. It was omitted from the recount. So when we realized the numbers there was a large difference, we went ahead and double checked and scanned that box in.
But the count was different when you had all the ballots. The count was different from election night to the final count that you certified. It increased a little bit.
Yes, it increases.
And do you know where those extra ballots were? I mean, it was only a handful, I think, in some races.
It was a handful. Like I said, those would be the ones that were in the scanners. The managers have a green bag. If they were not able to scan the ballots, they have a bag that they turn those unscanned ballots into. So by the time you do all those things, the numbers do change slightly.
Okay, because as a manager, I would have it written on there if I had any in the emergency. And before, you could scan, if you took them out of the emergency box and you scan them. A problem I have with our elections is, and maybe you've changed this, you don't have the managers count the ballots before they turn them in. Actually physically count. They tell you just to write the numbers on whatever the machines are and stack the ballots up. I would always count my ballots in case there was one stuck in the scanner somewhere, in case there was one in the emergency bin, in case there was one that was spoiled, that somehow got lost. But that accountability needs to be there. But maybe the Secretary of State doesn't require you to physically count the ballots.
No, it is not required.
Okay, Mountain Park. Could you discuss what happened in Mountain Park?
For Mountain Park, there was a candidate who had withdrew from the race in the midst of advanced voting. That particular candidate did get some votes. Maybe he withdrew maybe the second or third day of advanced voting. So when we did the count, that his name was removed, but those votes have to go to him. So we had to put him back to make sure that his votes didn't go to anyone else.
Okay, so that's good because I think DeKalb had issues. So you didn't remove his name or disabled that candidate in the RTR module from getting votes, correct?
No,
You went ahead and let him get them.
Advanced voting had already commenced when he withdrew from the race. So as per code, we are required to post notice that he has withdrawn, and any votes that go to him would not count. But those were posted as required.
Okay. Well, thank you. So, I mean, this kind of falls into the next the next item on the thing, so we can maybe talk more about that. Milton elections, they're under attack. You know, supposedly they didn't save as much money as they were supposed to save. You know, we have Fair Fight and Democrat lawyers going to their meetings now. We have AJC, App and Media, and Rachel Maddow bashing Milton elections. But they ran a rather successful election. They had about 3,600 people vote. They had no issues. I know the AJC hates to hear that. They finished counting. It took a little bit slower to do a hand recount. They finished at 12:30. And they spent $115,000. If they had gone with Fulton County elections, they would have been charged $216,000. Have you come out with the MOUs for the cities?
I have not, but we are more than happy to do any city's election within our border. Any city that wants to do their own, we will support them. We're still required to support them in some capacity. So any city that's within our border, we'll be more than happy to do their election or support them if they choose to do their own. But I do not know what the cost was for Milton.
Okay. I would just encourage us to try to trim our costs as much as possible. And I believe if we can get away from the temporary staffing model, that we could do that so that cities will want to come to us to run their elections. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Madam Clerk, continue.
Okay, which items would you like to take up next?
Well, in order.
Um,
Were there
Can we
others that
do
have
the
moved up?
temporary one since Nadine's here?
Yes, Ms. Williams, hold on.
Okay, on page 14, 230894, registration election, request approval of a statewide contract in the total amount not to exceed $12,831,466.31 to provide temporary staffing services.
So,
Questions?
yeah, I'm sorry.
Page 14.
So I just had a question about this contract because are you aware in 2021 what the state auditor's report said about temporary staffing? Carter Jones' report?
I believe Carter Jones' report stated that we were not to rely solely on temporary staffing, but none of our temps are managers. The way it's Fulton, because of the size of Fulton County, we will always need temporary staff. It was the decision of the recommendation of this board to diversify, which we have done. So there'll be 2 staffing agencies, and some of the employees will also come through Fulton County HR.
Yeah, but can you tell me why this is 12, almost 13 million? Back in 2021, it was a $7.7 million contract. And now that we've diversified, it's almost double. So it's almost like we're doubling down on the Secretary of State's recommendation not to rely so heavily on temporary staffing. And that this contract is now almost $13 million, up from 7.7 back in 2021.
So we have increased, I don't believe the Secretary of State was referencing the cost with Carter Jones' report, but nevertheless, we've increased the wages. Due to cost of living increases is to make us more attractable and to bring in more employees that want to work. We've increased wages. So that should be reflected in that total.
Okay, but it's almost double, and that's only for 6 months. Are we looking at 26 million for the year next year in temporary staffing?
This is for 3 elections that we're requesting approval for the March, the May, and the June election.
So, and then for the general election, the big election in November, well, you'll have to come back to us for more?
Yes, we will.
At what point does it become profitable, more profitable for us to operate in-house doing this like most counties do? Because we're paying a 30%. The staffing companies take about a 30%.
Most counties use temporary staffing.
Yeah, most of them use them for part of their things, like logistics, but not for accepting and rejecting votes, accepting, rejecting absentee ballots. accepting or rejecting voter registrations. We use it for all aspects of basically our election process.
We do, and all of our elections is open and transparent. All of our employees take an oath. All of our employees are supervised by permanent staff. And as, again, we're the largest county, and it would be very hard for us to do that with permanent employees that work year-round. We would not have enough people to do all these functions with just
Do
permanent
all your
staff.
employees abide by the laws of the state, that they have to be a U.S. citizen? That they
Yes.
have to be over 16 years of age? That they have to live in our county or a neighboring county?
I don't believe that the county requires you to be a U.S. citizen. That I'm not aware of, but all of our employees are U.S. citizens, to be clear.
Okay. The thing with this one staffing agency, Abacus, when we approved the contract this year, it was out of Morrow, but now it's out of Baltimore.
They have 2 offices. Their local offices is in Morrow.
So, but is the Baltimore office going to be running this staffing contract?
We coordinate with the Morrow staff.
Okay, because when I worked and you guys had to quarantine the entire warehouse, there were people from Baltimore, Washington, D.C., all over the place working in our warehouse. Is that going to happen again?
I don't recall people from out of state being in our warehouse. That was 3 years ago, and I do not recall where
I
they
think you were
reside.
quarantined and Tia Benton was running in your place, an airport bartender, by the way. Are you going to have, you mentioned having provisional clerks in every precinct?
Yes, we did. I put that in the informative memo.
And what's the purpose of not, as a manager, you can easily have an assistant manager be a provisional clerk.
I understand it's been 3 years since you were a poll worker, but a lot has changed since then. There's been legislative changes. There's a new voter registration system. So as a proactive measure, we've installed provisional managers to be there to assist voters. And for the record, we've never had a voter complain that there were too many people there to assist them.
I see it comes to a cost issue because we're paying for 255 provisional poll clerks. And you can easily run a precinct with 6 people, a manager, 2 managers, and 3 others, and then you always have the other local Fulton County employee in your precinct.
Right, but if the poll manager is assisting a provisional voter, that could take some time, and they won't be able to service other voters in the precinct. Therefore, we have that person there to assist the voter, call downtown, do what they need to do to verify them, to avoid them having to vote provisional if possible. But if not, that way, so like I said, I do not want to have the other employees take away from the other voters that are currently on site.
So the max provisionals I've ever had was when we had to keep the polls open and everybody had to be provisional after 7 o'clock. And I maybe had 8 provisional voters all day. Typically, it's 2 or 3. So we're hiring a person for an entire day to sit there in case they have to do a provisional on election day.
Yeah, the lower the number, the better, honestly. Even though we install provisional managers, if that person is there and assisting voters, you would not see that number reflected because then they would have called downtown, verified the voter, and the voter would have voted on the BMD. So although you see a low provisional number, that doesn't mean the provisional manager had no work duties.
Well, they should all be in the poll books, or should all be redistricting, shouldn't be an issue. We shouldn't need these provisional. Are you going to recruit from a particular agency like you did absentee clerks, when you put absentee clerks in every precinct? You aren't going to be using the ACLU again, are you?
No, we do not plan to have absentee clerks.
Yes, but are you going to be employing the ACLU to staff in every?
No, we will not.
For the provisional?
They were very helpful, but no, we will not need them this time.
And they're not going to have special training at the ACLU for poll workers, correct?
I am not aware of any special training the ACLU conducted.
Okay. So this is just a big trust issue in the elections, and I think if we could try to work around it like other counties, not have to pay overtime, we could bring the cost down significantly, considering we're looking at spending maybe $20 million on a temporary staffing agency, and we're paying them, what, $5-6 million to staff our elections. I just think it'd bring a tremendous amount of trust from the questions I get. And for years now, it seems like we've been saying, let's get away, and it just seems like now we're just hiring more and more. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails,
Hold
3
on,
yeas.
hold on, hold on. Wait a minute.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 abstention. Is it another nay? 4 yeas, 1 abstention. Next item on page 14, 230948. Presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We've provided a new format to this report, and this will be the format going forward. You'll see that it's got 3 primary sections. One will cover one of our strategic areas to highlight information. The other 2 will be constants that will be on justice and safety, and then finance and purchasing. With Alton Adams transitioning now to focus on the replacement jail in early January, the justice section will be prepared by our strategy team, so that's Mike Rowicki and Steve Narwaki. But the questions really should be directed to an appropriate justice partner that has responsibility and information in that area. So hopefully, if you get the report prior to the meeting and you have a specific question, we'll be able to have that person here. We think this new format will give you a much more balanced view than one that's been heavily focused on justice, and it allows for us to talk about these strategic areas without having to have a separate item. Of course, we'll have finances, vacancies, emergency purchase orders, and contracts below 100,000 listed in the report, and I think that's good hygiene. For example, today we're going to focus on health and human services as one of those strategic areas, and we'll have Dr. Rochelle take you through a series of very quick updates on the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, the South Fulton Development Disability Center, HHS at 4700 North Point, the clinic at Morehouse. So there's a lot of activity in 2024 and much to do. The one that, of course, has been getting the majority of our attention this year has been the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. Under Dr. Rochelle's leadership, we go through a forced march on that every Tuesday. It's really looking at the 3-dimensional problem of legislative funding, which still we need additional funding for, even though we had the major breakthrough with Jessica's leadership and the entire team and Pro Tem Jones' sponsorship, but we still need more. Building construction, which is now well underway, and then staffing, which is always going to be a challenge, but being led by Grady. ORCA continues, as you're well aware of, removing over 120,000 cases now. We do now have, we're down to having 27,000 to dispose of. I think Alton will comment on this today, but you'll see 1,100 being removed in November, 27,000 to go. That pace will need to pick up and can pick up during the first part of 24 and then into the middle of the year. Keeping the hiring window open at the end of November really only netted to 0, with the exception of the magistrate adding 4 additional positions. So the broader justice system scorecard, however, does show some improvement in length of stay. That's good news for the jail. Unindicted percentages and clearance rates, and most importantly, 700 in population drop at the jail, and now under 2,000 at Rice Street is very good news. The jail blitz plan continues, and Joe Davis can comment on that when we get there. We've learned a lot in the first one that we went through at 1 North. Took about 3 months. Now with much better coordination with the various vendors, we've completed 2 South in 1 month. That's about what we anticipated. So we'll continue with that program going into 2024. We're also working about 1,100 work orders a month and continuing to deal with vandalism on an ongoing basis. So Joe, again, can comment on that if there are any questions. One of the things that we always include in this report and we are taking on is a review of the ARPA budget. It's appropriate at this point in that we're nearing the end of that program. All those dollars either have to be spent or committed during 2024. We anticipate that we'll finish that review this week, bring back something the 1st of January before you decide on the budget. And we're looking at things like an ORCA extension as one use of those funds, Another would be creation of a health reserve, which was mentioned a meeting or so back. I think that'd be a great opportunity, and we can see some things that that could be used for. And then even something like summer youth. So we're trying to look across the portfolio of things, perhaps not included in the budget formally as submitted, but could be funded with reallocation of ORCA. And then obviously today we do have another section on the 2024 budget. We look for and hope to have any more feedback from you today. We did provide responses and actions that would have to be taken based on the last meeting, again, on our way to an approved 2024 budget. So, Mr. Chairman, what we're going to do today is going to shift to Dr. Rochelle, and we're going to take, again, in this new format, give you some highlights on health and human services initiatives, and then we'll hit any of the highlights that Mr. Adams wants to bring forward, or Joe Davis in Justice and Jail Blitz. And that should be a pretty succinct report.
Thank you, Dick. So the entire group of HHS departments really delivered very high and impactful services in 2023. However, today I will focus on the projects that will deliver services to constituents that will assist them with getting the health care that they need. So the first project that you are aware of is the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. Our data tells us that there are over 50,000.
Could we move to page 6, Madam Clerk? There we go.
50,000 constituents in Fulton County living with a behavioral health issue. So this facility will be the first in Fulton County. A recent study by the state indicates we actually need 3 behavioral health crisis centers in Fulton County to meet the demand, but this is, of course, an excellent start. We will provide 24 crisis beds and 16 crisis chairs. There will also be coordinated care and connection to community resources. As the county manager indicated, $15 million of ARPA funding has been dedicated to the infrastructure and construction for this project, and we currently have $11.2 million in state funding to support this project. Construction is underway. DREAM has done an amazing job with managing our construction contractor and keeping us on schedule to a substantial completion date of March 2024. We have selected Grady as the operator. They have significant expertise in this space. They actually manage inpatient behavioral health services at Grady Hospital. And so with the suite of behavioral health services that we currently provide, all of those are outpatient services, and now we will now have an inpatient opportunity to serve constituents in Fulton County. As we have also indicated previously, this campus will be unique in that public health services that are currently operating from this facility will continue. That includes the WIC call center and administration of the WIC voucher, the maternal child health program administration, and the early hearing detection intervention program. We have also identified a community meeting space in the facility so that constituents in the community that have been accustomed to meeting at Oak Hill will continue to be able to do so. Next slide. Moving on to 4700 North Point Parkway. The schematic design for this facility has been completed. The department, DREAM, has worked very closely with each of the departments to determine what kind of footprint they will have in 4700. We will focus on moving services that currently exist into 4700 first. We'll prioritize those, and then we will evaluate how much we can do based on the bids that come in for the design build. As you, I'm sure, have heard, construction costs are continuing to escalate, and so we will make further decisions about how we will move forward with any additional components of this operation based on those bids. And so what we're planning to move into the facility will be from North Fulton Service Center, all of the health services, public health, behavioral health, and the DUI court from our Royal Drive Public Health Facility, the public health primary care services, from North Fulton Training Center, developmental disabilities, will be moved into that location, and we are proposing to add senior services and additional wraparound services. The first component of construction is going to be updating the HVAC and mechanical system. That should be completed in March of '24 with the expected completion date of the entire facility in the first quarter of 2025. Moving on to our primary care clinic in partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine, Morehouse Healthcare, we were able to open that facility on time as projected in October. That facility currently has a little over 100 patients who have come from two places, primarily from the community who were out of care, and then we have constituents who have chosen to receive their primary care services at the Buggy Works or this new facility because they are familiar with the brand. The services that we're offering are, of course, primary care, behavioral health screenings, preventative screenings, and other types of primary care services. We are going to be expanding the hours starting in January, and the community health worker component, those employees have been hired and are starting to do their work with the first constituents that are being served by this facility. At the 5-year mark, we anticipate over 7,500 constituents will be receiving services and over 1,800 client visits per year. Moving on to a very new initiative, we are pleased to announce a Medicare mobile wellness program. One of the outcomes of the Project Care work that we concluded earlier in the year was this notion of many Medicare beneficiaries who are simply not taking advantage of a primary care preventative, rather, benefit that's being offered by Medicare. Some of the reasons they don't take advantage of this, they included transportation and just lack of access points. So the Department of Senior Services, with the help of the purchasing department, released a solicitation for a partnership in the community that would bring the opportunity to take advantage of this benefit that's free to Medicare beneficiaries to our multipurpose facilities and our neighborhood senior centers. So starting in January, any senior who has Medicare or anyone who has Medicare, because some Medicare beneficiaries are disabled and not just by age, will be able to take advantage of this annual benefit, which will include wellness screenings. It will also include a very important depression screening and connection to advanced care services. Less than 25% of the 79,000 Medicare beneficiaries in Fulton County take advantage of this benefit every year, and so we are extremely excited to have the opportunity to make this benefit more accessible. Again, all of the 4 multipurpose facilities will be a part of this program, and we will also include the Dogwood Neighborhood Center, the New Beginnings Neighborhood Center, the Southeast Neighborhood Center, and we have future expansions planned for South Fulton for 2024. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the update.
All right, are there questions? All right, no questions. Thank you, Dr. Rochelle.
Mr. Adams, any comments on Project Orca?
Yeah, thank you, County Manager. Mr. Chairman, what I will do is take 3 minutes and run through this very quickly. I will try to avoid repeating the update from the County Manager. Very quickly on page, if we can, page 17, 18. One more. There you go. To date, we have disposed of, as of November 30th, we had disposed of 121,000 cases of the initial 148,000 that we started with at the beginning of the project. It's a bit over 80%, and we continue to make progress. At this point in time, we have 943,000 pending open and active cases remaining in Project Orca. The next slide shows the current status of the cases broken down by agency. I'd like to point out a couple of things. One is that the district attorney and the solicitor are a couple months away from disposing of all of their cases in their particular category. That's significant because what it means is at that point in time, the individuals whose cases were made up that 148,000 at the beginning will in fact have their day scheduled for court, and that is a big milestone. And scheduled probably in advance of maybe 2 years or so that it would have taken had we not launched Project Orca. The other thing I'd like to point out is that the largest remaining category is Magistrate Court. Per Judge Kirk's point earlier today, I believe that her team has identified some older cases that can in fact be closed out. So I expect that next month we'll see a significant decline in the number of remaining cases in Magistrate Court. The next slide, please. It gives you a quick sense of the pace of progress in the various agencies. I won't go into detail here. What it does point out is a couple of things. One, we continue to move ahead of plan, as shown in the variance column at the very end. The various agencies made good progress in November. We had a bit of a challenge in Magistrate Court, but hopefully we'll get back on track because that's the largest remaining tranche of cases in the ORCA program. The next slide, as the county manager alluded to, for the month of November, we basically had a net of 4 positions, and those were in the Magistrate Court. So the Magistrate Court is now fully staffed, and as you can see, for the most part, the departments are at or near the maximum that they've been for 2023. Next slide, please. One more. As the county manager mentioned, we made an improvement in a number of the measures, certainly versus the baseline. As he indicated, the average length of stay continues to decline. The number of individuals indicted or in jail that are unindicted, it's about 24%. That's down from a high of approximately 35% a couple months ago. Clearance rate for felony criminal cases continues to move in the right direction. Next slide, please. One more, thank you. It gives you a sense for the jail population. It is, in fact, particularly in Rice Street, the lowest that it's been in quite some time, achieving pre-COVID numbers in terms of Rice Street. And as we sit here today, I think one of the things I'd like to point out is that there is no one sleeping on the floor at Rice Street, which is something that we have aspired to for a couple of years now, and something that I think the Sheriff's Department and the Justice Partners ought to be proud of in terms of that being fixed, so to speak. As of today, and actually this is of 12/13, we have 2,770 individuals in the jail. That's down from a peak of roughly 3,700 people 3 or 4 months ago. A number of those individuals have, in fact, been released on electronic monitoring. There's also been a number of bonds and so on as the DA and the sheriff and the public defender and the courts continue to work through cases and, in fact, identify individuals whose cases they can, in fact, expedite. The next slide is just a chart representation of that graphical data. Page 27, the next slide, just gives you a quick look at the bed availability at the various facilities. This is monthly information, so it's as of November 30th, but it does give you a sense of the utilization of the beds at the various facilities that we use to house Fulton County detainees. Next slide gives you a sense for the breakdown of individuals. Oh, you skipped one. That's all right. We'll stay there. The next slide gives you a sense of the breakdown of unindicted individuals and their days in jail. 50% of the individuals who are unindicted have been there 90 days or less, which is actually a good metric. We obviously like to move the number down in terms of the number of detainees who have been there between 6 months and a year, but certainly we appear to be moving in the right direction. You, in fact, want to have that 90 days or less be the highest number possible. Next slide, quick update here. You know, we've talked a lot about the fact that that reducing the jail population and moving through the cases through the system is often a function of singles and doubles and triples rather than home runs. This represents a number of initiatives that we started 7 or 8 months ago, and happy to report that each one of them in their own right have actually made significant progress. So, for example, we have one senior judge that's disposed of more than 80 cases. We added 4 senior judges a number of months ago. 42 Superior Court cases have actually been moved to state court. State court says we'd like to take those on, and they resulted in a number of dispositions. The C3 program, we've had 79 defendants, 124 indicted cases that have been represented by contract attorneys that Fulton County paid for. That's allowed us to move some of these multi-defendant cases along. We piloted weekend court, and we're trying to find a way to continue to do that on a regular basis. And perhaps one of the more interesting things is the fact that we launched the competency docket, which is something that there are a couple of counties in the state that do it, but none at the scale that we hope to do it at. And we've identified more than 100 inmates whose cases we hope to be part of that docket. So a big deal for us in terms of dealing with individuals who have mental health challenges who are in the Fulton County Jail. And so finally, in terms of, one more slide. There you go, thank you. Finally, in terms of priorities, we continue obviously to focus on resolving, accelerating ORCA cases. I mentioned the multi-agency jail reduction plan that continues to be managed on a very regular basis. Obviously, we want to prevent any additional backlog, post-ORCA backlog. As we look ahead for 2024, as the county manager alluded to, and that'll be part of I believe, the budget discussion, finalizing ORCA funding, to how much and for how long will that be extended. We will continue to provide ORCA and justice system tracking and shift primarily the discussion of performance regarding the justice system to discussions specifically with the individual agencies and justice partners. So that concludes the report. Happy to take any questions.
All right, any questions? Commissioner Barrett?
Yeah, I just have a couple quick things. First of all, I just, Mr. Adams, want to say thank you for all your hard work on this project. I know you're going to be still around as it relates to the replacement jail and the feasibility and all the things that relate to that, but thank you for all your work on this. It does not go unnoticed.
Thank you.
Of course. And great work on some of these numbers, too, to all the justice partners and as their sort of liaison to us, to you as well. Nobody sleeping on the floor is incredibly great news. I just had another question that is a broader question and doesn't necessarily have to be answered right now, and it's maybe a question for Mr. Wicki, who's going to take over some of this report writing. But I was thinking about the issue of the ankle monitors as it relates to what we get reports on, and I was wondering if there might be some way to look at the entire pretrial population as opposed to just the jail population, so we could see things like how many on ankle monitors, how many on signature bond, and so we could get a sense of the scope of the entire number of people that are being delivered into this system and how many are at what stage. And so no urgency in getting this done by the next meeting or anything, but I'd love to have us explore that if possible.
And we did do that on a one-time basis a couple of years ago. We looked at the number of individuals who were getting signature bonds and the other types of bonds, and in this case, it would be looking at electronic monitoring as well. So I won't speak for Mike, but having worked with his team, I think that's something that could be generated and reported on a fairly regular basis.
I appreciate that. I think one of the things that I've become more and more aware of as I've studied what's going on with our justice system is, and we've talked about this briefly, I think everyone knows about the Atlanta Police Foundation and sort of the private money that's going into supporting the front part of justice in our county. And so, I think it's important for us to see the scale of all of the people sort of being delivered to us, because that has changed over time as well. So I just appreciate y'all looking into that, and we'll see what we get when we're able to see those numbers. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis?
I just wanted to clarify, so make sure I understood the county manager right. So going forward, we're still going to provide, you're still going to provide this data, we just won't cover it maybe in as lengthy of a discussion, or what are, the
Yes, sir.
the
So-
ORCA data will continue reporting on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the justice scorecard as well. My suggestion would be if there's an area of particular interest, if you can either let me know or directly let the justice partner that you think is responsible for that.
Right.
So if it were unindicted cases, it would be somebody from the DA's office, or, you know, average length of stay might be the judicial system and her, or the judges and her.
But you're more like, well, this, otherwise, would it, unless we want to talk about it, it's more going to go on the consent agenda, it's just a report?
No, I would still, our plan would be to continue to provide this report and have it for presentation. I'm
Okay.
just not going to be prepared to answer every question
Got
like
it.
Alton
Got
Adams
it.
has been.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir, I think that can conclude this report.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Continuing on page 14, 230949, Finance, fiscal year 2024 proposed budget.
Mr. Chairman, we do not have a presentation or anything for the board. This is just an opportunity if there's any further discussion from the members of the board. We did send a memo out summarizing the feedback that we heard at the last meeting, and are continuing to process transactions through the end of the year, so that in January, we will be prepared to bring back to you on the meeting on the 10th, an updated booklet that will include final year-end results, as well as any required amendments related to timing issues. Obviously, the change for the magistrate court that was approved earlier today, and also inclusion of the inmate welfare fund.
Thank you, ma'am. Continue.
230950, Finance, request approval of the fiscal year 2024 water and sewer budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the final presentation for the water and sewer budget. We are required under our existing bond covenants to approve the budget in its final form before the end of the fiscal year.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Bob Ellis. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 15, 230895, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of a statewide contract in the amount of $121,875 to provide preventive and corrective maintenance services for county-owned facility.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230897, request approval of a statewide contract in the amount of $700,000 to provide natural gas services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230896, request approval of a statewide contract in the amount of $406,771 to provide facility maintenance services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230898, request approval of a statewide contract in the amount not to exceed $755,000 to provide repairs and maintenance for specialized heavy equipment and other fleet vehicles.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230951, 1, information technology, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $3,250,000 to provide telecommunication services and products.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230952, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in an amount not to exceed $750,000 to provide support for IT services and operations.
Favorable motion by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 16, 230953, External Affairs, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $407,875 to provide communication and engagement support services.
All right, you have a favorable motion by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? Ms. What's her name? Ms. Corbett, come on up, please. Commissioner Barrett, followed by Vice Chair Ellis.
I just want to see if you could kind of run us through this, Jessica, and also, is this in the base budget, or is this an enhancement? This is a 2024 contract, so where does this fall in terms of the budget, would be my question.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. I'll answer that. It's included, it was programmed in as part of the communication piece associated with the jail bridging plan, but really related to the replacement jail.
Okay, because that's not the impression, I mean, I felt like it was meant to be more broad-based than that, but I'll let you explain.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. This process began after the 2022 engagement with our cities, and we really had a lot of awakenings during that process and a realization that there were definitely some opportunities to raise awareness about our programs and services. And so we began this year with the intention of releasing an RFP and seeking some additional support to help us take a fresh look at the way we communicate those things and help us develop some tools and educational opportunities. Over the course of this year, as the jail feasibility study was presented to this board, and you all have taken some policy actions to move forward with our largest capital project in history, that has really become a primary focus. Certainly, there are other communication needs, and really our large strategic initiatives need a look. But as we go into 2024 with the potential of a sales tax referendum, if we're successful in seeking that legislation, or regardless of that, needing to educate Fulton County residents about the financial impact of, again, a very large capital project. We know this board needs tools to be able to communicate with your constituents, fact sheets, talking points, really good materials to help the public understand, why are we making this investment? Why is this necessary? Why now? What is the impact? And what comes along with that? So that has really been a primary focus, and I think that is why that funding source was identified. But you are correct, it was our intention. And as we kind of move through this process, we hope to be able to leverage support for other, again, large strategic initiatives. This is not meant to replace the work we do day to day with departments, with, on any number of things. But for example, the work that Dr. Rochelle is doing around health equity, and that, what does this mean for the investments this board is making in healthcare? We think that we need to have some additional support and ideas about how we can communicate those kinds of things as well.
Thank you. I recall part of the conversation we had was that this group that you're wanting to engage with here has the ability or has, a practice of polling and surveying the community to get specific issues, concerns that the community might have, so that our communications are more targeted to what the actual concerns are of the community. Is that built into this
That-
contract?
Yes, it is. There's a research component to this and really understanding public opinion. These are large, complex social issues that people have many valid concerns about in very diverse perspectives. So we think it's important that we understand that we do not really have the capacity to do polling, but really want to understand what are the concerns people have, what kinds of answers do people need so that we can deliver that information to people. And so that was one of the distinguishing factors as we went through this selection process, and that was very attractive to us.
All right, one last thing. I know I asked this when we were considering the other contract a while back that was supposed to be more specific about deliverables. And this one has, what you gave us here has a little bit more information in terms of the scope. But it's still a lot of money per month. And I just want to make sure that you all are comfortable as the, management team running this, that this is going to be worth the money we're putting into it, because it is not inexpensive, so.
I agree, and I'm very sensitive to that. I think that the good thing is that these are, work product is very much built into this. There are deliverables throughout the process, both, for example, interviews on the front end with key stakeholders, maps, talking points, message development, and then deliverables throughout that. So yes, I am comfortable with that, but that's certainly something as we finalize the agreement that we'll pay special attention to. Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis?
So this contract would be with External Affairs, and your team is managing
Yes,
this
sir.
contract specifically, right?
That's correct.
So it's not really and it's more about communication and engagement as opposed to crisis response, right? This is the scope of this is communication and engagement.
That is absolutely correct.
Gotcha.
There is a piece of it that would help us with things like template development and things like that, so we can
Okay.
be prepared, but the real focus is on communication support. And want to mention that this RFP was prepared probably around June, so it was before we were really into some of the issues that we're experiencing now.
Okay. So in the event, so it's done with the, potential new construction of a new jail in mind.
Right.
If the timing of that is more, I'm not predicting something's going to happen, but let's just say if the timing of that were to get pushed out or whatever, and maybe it's not as much of a focus for us this year as what we think it is right now, could this contract be adapted to shift into other needs that you think we have?
Yes, absolutely. Again, we began this year with the expectation of preparing an RFP. We really kind of modified it as the results of the jail feasibility study were presented. We modified our expectations there. But I think Commissioner or Vice Chair, you were part of the last negotiation team
Don't
last
remind
year.
me.
And, yes, and they're very sensitive to, yes. So, and those are decisions we would report back to you all on.
Gotcha. All right. So it's more kind of like the scope of this sort of emerged out of that discussion, and then the jail piece was more, got adapted into that conversation.
Yes, sir. I
Got
think
it.
that's
Okay.
accurate.
Got it. Thanks.
Other questions? Motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, Commissioners. Merry Christmas.
230899, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $200,000 to provide asphalt, concrete, pavement maintenance and repair.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230954, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $60,000 to provide towing and wrecker services for the Fulton County fleet.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230900, Public Works, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in the amount of $101,349.40 to provide emergency sewage cleanup services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230955, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $500,000 to provide large water meter installation services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230956, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 to provide water meters.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 17, 230957, Community Development, request approval of a contract between Fulton County and Atlanta Partners for Education in the amount of $250,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, I think we had this discussion really related to, we were talking about a similar measure for the Fulton County Schools stuff, which we did not approve. And, you know, I don't think anybody would dispute, you know, kind of the aims that the APS Foundation may have in terms of the funds that they get. They're probably all good causes. Asking Fulton County taxpayers to make a $250,000, in essence, charitable contribution to an entity that they are paying significant taxes into that has a $1.92 billion available resource budget, and doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And I can't support that. You know, they run their operations, we run our operations. You know, while we're doing cross-funding with, you know, taxpayer money does not make sense. So I can't support this.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote.
And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 2 nays. 230958, Public Works, request approval to adopt the model adoption resolution of the local amendment to the Georgia State Minimum Standard Plumbing Code for water efficiency.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230959, Senior Services, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $116,270.06 to provide staffing services to support the operation of the Department of Senior Services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230960, request approval to amend and renew a memorandum of understanding with Friends of the Harriet G. Darnell Senior Multipurpose Facility, Inc., and Friends of Mills, Inc.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230902, County Manager, requests approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $175,000 to provide program support services for the county court backlog reduction plan.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Is there a second? At this point, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
I just had a question on this, Mr. County Manager. The detail is pretty vague, and I'm just wondering what this is actually for.
Commissioner Barrett, this is a renewal of a contract with a firm, actually a firm with 3 people who support us that provide all of the data and support for ORCA. So it was started, actually we started this engagement 3 years ago. So the data that you see coming out, the answers to the questions regarding what's driving some of the dispositions, basically our single source of truth is developed by this group. The reason that we have it for 6 months is that our plan is to bring that in-house. And so ideally, July 1st, some of the team that does this today externally will be part of Fulton County. They used to be part of Fulton County before they went off and became consultants. So this is to allow us to have some consistency in terms of the reporting and be able to address questions while we go through the process of having them become part of our strategy and performance group.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
Thought I was clear until you started trying to explain.
That happens.
So you said these were county employees who left the county and formed their own business?
Let me, one of the individuals, Katara, is actually the point person who provides all of the support and information that we get for Project Orca. She was with the county years and years ago. The only reason I brought that up is because we have talked to her about coming back in-house as opposed to doing it as an external resource. So she knows the county, and that's that's quite frankly how she became very adept at moving her way through the Odyssey system.
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right, motion is, Vice Chair Ellis?
Question, so we'll pay for this through ARPA?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's vote. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
230961, Sheriff, requests approval to reprogram the use of unspent emergency capital funding in the amount of $1,362,563 to utilize $595,032 for the staff toilet upgrades at the South Annex Jail.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 1 nay. On page 18, 230962, request approval to reprogram the use unspent capital funding to utilize $718,371.83 for the required surveillance enhancements at the South Annex Jail.
Enhanced surveillance. All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230963, Superior Court Administration, requests approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $151,000 for increased printing and mailing of juror summons.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. The next item on page 18 is Commissioner Arrington's. Did we want to?
Which one?
230915, Housing Authority.
He's not here. We can hold it without objection.
Okay. On page 19, 230968, Board of Ethics. The Gate City Bar Association has recommended Daraka Thatcher for a full board reappointment to a term ending February 12, 2026.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. That's, yes, okay, and the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Next item is discussion item, Commissioner Arrington.
Hold.
Okay, then we back to the consent agenda. Item removed for separate consideration on page 6, 230927. Request approval to amend the award of $250,000 in the fiscal year 2023 budget to Atlanta Public Schools to transfer award to the APS Foundation, Atlanta Partners for Education.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Vice Chair Ellis.
Given the failure of the related item, I think this item is moot.
Okay. Let's vote. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 2 nays. Add-on item 230971, Arts and Culture. Request approval of a contract in the amount of $15,600. Contracts for services to provide a nonprofit cultural event series with roots in Jewish culture and musical traditions.
All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
No further matters to come before us?
No further items.
No further items to come before us. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.